Hi there, everybody. How's it going? Let me turn that off. It's a good song, though. Like Bonnie and Clyde. Hello, hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, as it may be, wherever you are on this blighted and doomed planet. My name is Paul Zigo. I am a fat internet neckbeard who makes money by spouting opinion. What do you do? What do you do for a living? Not doomed. We're fine, huh? Okay. All right, buddy. Man, I hope you're right. I hope you're correct. I bother you, but I love Lily. Huh? Say what? Manager to Taco Bell. Cool. Can I get that bean burrito hookup? How high am I? Like, what scale are we using? Are we doing the are we doing are we doing of 10? Are we doing of 5, or what's the you know? I gotta know what the parameters are, you know? So, oh, thank you, Cloud Massacre, for the 99 cents. So, some of you may have noticed that I'm in hot water with the community again. I always find myself in these situations with individuals. And man, dude, Paul has had his late 2020 heel turn. You're wrong, but I love you. Oh, dude, man, that fucking... The funny thing about it is that there's a bunch of people in the comments on the Patreon for our newest video going like, dude, is the show going to break up? We recorded that video like 3 months ago. We've recorded like 30 shows since then that are in the bank. People, I don't know, dude. It's just like, there were, like with TV shows, right? Most people turn on a TV show and they go like, man, this is entertainment being made for my pleasure first. But that there's like 1 or 2 people that think they're actually watching like cops chase after criminals and stuff. They think that like CSI is like a hidden camera inside of like inside of like the crime lab. I don't know. You're lost. I don't know what happened either, dude. I can never really put my finger on the whys and wherefores of the whims of the plebs and patrons alike. Their whims are not known to me. But I do know that I really enjoy the heel role. I enjoyed it a lot on DP, and I enjoy it now. I just wish I knew how to control it. Like, I wish I could trigger this on purpose. It seems to just be triggered randomly by me saying what I think, which doesn't, it doesn't help me to control it much, Crack a Bud Light with you, dude? Well, I don't drink, but I'll crack some Bud with you. You can crack your Bud Light, and I'll, Do you feel voting is a reflection of one's principles? If so, why? Excuse me. If you're talking about political principles, then yes. And if so, why? Because they are a reflection of your political principles put into action. So in a purely political electoral sense, yes, voting is a reflection of your principles, should you have any. Sometimes voting is a reflection of a person's lack of principle. In fact, I think that it's more often that an American vote is cast in lack of principle than in a principled fashion. Because I think that if Americans actually had principles, they wouldn't accept the candidates that they're being shoveled, let alone vote for them. So, yes, hope that answers your question. My neighbor and I are chilling with you in the background at the minute. Sorry for not doing my Spectre duties. Don't worry about it, Negan. You don't have any duties. That's the thing. I gave you the wrench because you made me laugh or pwned me or something. Like, you don't actually have to do anything. That's the beauty of being a Spectre, is that you can enforce or not enforce at your own whim. You're an autonomous law enforcement official with only very, very slight oversight from me. So you reject the concept of voting being more about optics and strategy? Do I reject the concept of voting being more about optics and strategy? Yes. Because voting leads to actual policy. Like, voting leads, not the policy necessarily that is promised by the candidate, but leads to economic and environmental and social policy that's destructive. Paul, do you think we should arm kids with rocks to stop school shootings? Do you think Biden will get some of that sweet Kamala? I think Biden has already rolled in the deep, so to speak, to crib a line from Adele. I think he's rolled in the deep already. You know what I mean? I think that's part of the vetting process for a Biden VP. But what do I know? Am I a fan of Cronenberg? Yes, I'm a fan of Cronenberg. Thanks, Jesse Silver, for the 5. I never know. Is that a euro or a pound? I think that's a pound. No, that's a euro. No, that's a pound. No, that's a euro. No, that's a pound. Why don't you guys just use dollar signs and shit? Why don't you guys speak American? Quit with all these little wibbly flibblies and, like, what is that? What is that thing even supposed to be? That doesn't look like cash. Yeah, it looks like a fucking E, but like somebody had a stroke while they were trying to write it. You know what I mean? What is that? Who came up with that shit? Whose dumbass idea was that, man? Yeah, it does, dude. It does look like an alien symbol. It looks like it would be the last symbol that you need to complete a code to shut down the alien death machine, you know what I mean? And it's written in a very inconspicuous place. You have to find it. It doesn't look like... It's not like the dollar sign is much better. Bitch. Let me tell you something right now. And I want you to listen real careful to me, because all the other shit that I talk... various levels of seriousness, okay? But I'm going to talk to you right now about the dollar sign. There is one symbol on this planet, okay? One symbol that is instantly recognizable no matter what, no matter where you are, okay? There are some places in this world you can go and write a standard English A and nobody's going to have a fucking clue what you just drew. Okay? But there is one symbol that is immediately recognizable. Even the Senegalese, those people that live on Senegal Island off the coast of India, who have basically been untouched by modern humanity since the Stone Age and live a completely technology-free existence. Okay, even those guys and gals living on Senegal Island, okay, know what the fuck this means. They know what the fuck this is, okay? This is cash. This means dollars. This means cheddar cheese. This means resources. This means food, shelter, water, and luxury. This symbol is more powerful than the Christian cross, the Soviet hammer and sickle, the Muslim crescent, and the Jewish Star of David combined in terms of its power and its influence. So as long as we're on the same page, and as long as you're willing to admit now that you've been duly corrected, we can move on. We can move on to some other discussion topic. Hugin Flugen, well, I agree with that. Imagine being given $1 million, but it was only in pennies, and you weren't allowed to spend it any other way. No depositing it into the bank or anything. You'd have like 28 dump trucks full of pennies, but you'd still be a millionaire, and stores still have to take that shit. Like, if you go in to buy something, like a penny is legal tender, man. I'm pretty sure that there's some rules and some laws and shit in place that make it impossible for a store to say, I'm not taking your penny. That penny is legal tender. If you don't take the penny, you can't operate your business. Are you forced to take that penny? At gunpoint, yes, you must take that penny. If it is your purview to decide to sell goods or services in this country, and somebody were to walk into that room with a penny, and you refuse to take that penny, you have violated the sanctity of the customer-server relationship. You can't do that. Okay, that penny is legal tender. It's worth 1 cent. It's worth 1/100th of a dollar. 100 of those makes $1. Got to take my goddamn pennies. Better take my penny. I disagree, Lord of Duck. I think we should replace all money with pennies. It would simplify the whole shit. No more like different denominations. It'd be easier for blind people because they wouldn't have to, worry about it. They could just, they know a penny, right? Paul, would you smell Tulsi Gabbard's surfboard? You gonna write in Ron Paul? No, I'm not gonna write in Ron Paul, and it depends on like the context. Like, would I just walk up in public and like start sniffing her surfboard? No. But if there was a way for me to sneakily go behind a tree and sniff the surfboard, probably you're going to take a sniff of it, right? I mean, if you knew you could get away with it and you weren't going to get caught sniffing Tulsi's surfboard, you'd take a whiff. You would take a whiff, dude. I know you would. Even those of you that say that you're not interested would take a sniff. A quick passing. I'm not talking about like a full-blown like... I'm talking about like a Look over your shoulder. Look over your shoulder. Whoa. That's not what I expected. I think everybody was a libertarian in 2005 except me. I was a lonesome piece of shit in 2005, calling myself a democratic socialist and being laughed at by people on my own side. And I've kind of just like stayed in that zone. I don't really call myself a democratic socialist anymore, but I've just kind of stayed in that zone of like nobody wants to stand in the Paul column. There are very few people that want to throw arms around Paul politically, which is a problem for me. Not so much because I think that pushback means that I'm wrong, but because I think that the pushback is probably related into how I deliver the message. You know, maybe I'm coming at people like an asshole. I don't know. There's really not a whole lot I can do with that. You know, I'm just kind of am who I am. So many libertarians before the age of tent cities. I mean, the age of tent cities maybe has been going on for a lot longer than you might think. I'm on your side. I just make a garbage political ally because I don't have the energy to argue. You don't got to argue with me. Like, I don't expect anybody to take up the reins of my argument. Like, at the very least, you may think I'm stupid and that my arguments are emotionally based and devoid of all logic, but at the very least, you got to give me this. I stand on them. I don't expect other people to carry the water for my argument. I say what I mean, and I defend my own position. You know what I mean? I don't be laying that shit at other people's feet. Hey, Paul, really love the content. You have a fan to chill with if you and the gang ever come to Portugal. Dope. I don't know if I'll ever go to Portugal, but if I do, it's good to know that's, somebody's there to chill with. Thank you for the 5 wibbly alien symbols. Would you be upset with people if they voted but didn't get vocal about it and shamed others for not voting? I don't really get upset with people for shit like that. Like, here's what I'm upset about. No argument that's been thrown at me has really genuinely upset me, with the exception of a couple of times. There have been a couple of times where I feel like people who I respect have painted me uncharitably, or have made an argument that they know to be false in order to paint me to be something, or to paint my argument to be something lesser than it is. That's happened a couple of times. When it comes to the general, like, rank and file shit that I get every fuccan day, it's about as worrisome as a cloudy day to me. What I'm mad about is the complacency of the general population. The cycle that I see repeating itself, that nobody seems to want to even listen to me describe because they think that for some reason historical precedent stopped because of COVID or Trump or whatever. They think that we're in, like, there was this one timeline where all this shit used to be true up through Obama, and then when Trump came along, it started this whole new paradigm, and on nothing that happened before is worth even looking at. And, I'm not trying to slavishly, like, adhere to the past and say that things never change. But I'm saying, like, if you want to, like, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. That's a psychological principle. I think it applies to the electorate if you take the electorate as one big, giant group psychology, which is what it is. And in the past, what has happened is that these right-wing guys are elected. The left shows up and blows the 5-alarm fucking siren and says, we got to get this fascist out. And we got to settle on this other guy here. We know he's not great. In fact, we know he's not even all that good, but he's not the fascist one. You know what I mean? And then while we got this other weak guy in there, the left has really got to do Question mark, question mark, question mark. You really never can pin down people who hold this as to what they're going to do. They'll give you vague shit like organize at the community level. It's like, okay, well, I know what that means, but when does that start? Like, does that start right after Biden is elected, or are you starting now? Do you plan to just do it alone, or are you going to get a group of people together? Nobody knows, because there's really no intention to. Because every election cycle, the same thing happens. The left wakes up just enough to elect a fucking Democrat so that the Republican can't, quote unquote, continue to ruin the country. And then everybody goes to sleep for 48 years. Oh, we got Biden done. Now it's time for all that material condition shit to come to pass. But hold on, I'm a little sleepy. Oh, I'm just back up against this tree here and take a little Rip Van Winkle nap, and then they wake up and it's fucking 2024 and they go and if that doesn't happen this time, nobody will be happier than me. The only reason I believe it's gonna happen this time is because it's happened every other fucking time I've been alive. And people seem to think too that like leftists are more serious now than they used to be. Like somehow like anecdotes from the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s don't exist because those weren't real leftists. But at some point, like leftism was born in like 2010, and now all bets are off. It's like, no. If that were the case, we wouldn't be looking down the barrel of Joe Biden, would we? So, politics ain't changed. The electorate ain't changed. The left is not going to wake up after Joe Biden. And the people that are advocating for that are really advocating for kicking the can another 4 to 8 years at a time where we can't afford it. So there you go. That's what I'm mad about. I'm mad that the people that are politically aligned with me are making the argument that it is in the best interests of leftism and people in general to kick the can another 8 years and wait for Trump 2.0 to win and then do it all over again. The next guy that comes along after Biden fucking numpties it up for 8 years will be just as shit as Trump. And then the DNC is going to service up some butt hash. And they're going to be people like some 20-somethings that are all hot on whatever social media platform going like, dude, us radicals have got to fucking suck it up and vote for the piece of shit butt hash candidate because we can't survive another 4 years. It just like, I feel like I'm trapped in a Twilight Zone episode where I'm doomed to watch the electorate be incredibly smart and filled with incredibly passionate people who can't escape the cycle of stupidity. So that's what I'm angry about. When did it all go so wrong? That's a good question, Johnny. I don't know. So that's where my anger springs forth from. It's not some like deep-seated hatred of anybody that disagrees with me. I got friends that disagree with me. I got acquaintances. I got people that work in my fucking field that disagree with me. A significant chunk of my fan base thinks I'm fucking retarded. Like, I've got no reason to stand on pride here. I just can't make an argument that I feel would be disingenuous. I can't put a smile on and tell you that I believe that the left is going to do a fucking thing during a Biden presidency other than just kick back and coast. I don't think it's possible under the current system, the current fucking duopoly, as bought and paid for as it is, and as subverted as the vote is by gerrymandering and outright malfeasance. I don't believe it can be saved. So that's it. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people think that's stupid. A lot of people think it's boomerish or whatever, or doomerish, or... and I'm not really looking to change hearts and minds, guys. That's not my job, really. Like, I'm kind of aware that I'm an acidic personality. I'm not exactly the kind of guy that rallies people to his banners, you know what I mean? I'd be good if placed in a position of, like, riling people up. But standing on my own, Like, I'm not really, I'm not the guy, man. I'm not the right guy for this message. It just happens to be what I believe, you know? Another sad Paul stream. What's sad about it? What do you want me to do? Like, pull my titties out and jiggle them for you? Would that be not sad for you? Like, I'm just talking. Like, I'm just talking, dude. I'm just having a fucking conversation. What the fuck, bro? Well, you got to put all that shit on me. No, stop. Don't. Please. Do you ever just get too tired of politics? I feel like you're the kind of person who invested a lot of energy into politics and got little out of it. That's pretty close. I invested way too much energy in politics for way too many years of my life. I was obsessive. I was to the point of like, I bookended my day with politics. It was like, I would wake up in the morning and have my coffee and get ready for work. And before I had to go get in the car, I'd read the newspaper. And I'd take that with me to work and I'd finish it on my breaks. And then I'd get home and I'd watch TV, watch cable news. And I'd skip around from channel to channel, show to show, trying to get a broad perspective, trying to find out what was going on in the world and develop a position on every little fucking thing. And I reached a point where I realized it was driving me fucking insane. And I really think that it's, you know, not to put into, not to, you know, throw shit against the wall and have it splatter against everybody, but I really think a lot of people have gone insane because of it. And rather than do what I did, which was to kind of run from it and really limit, you know, my diet of news. You know, I'm not a calorie counter when it comes to normal diets, but I'm a calorie counter when it comes to news. And, you know, I kind of walked away from it, but I think that some people really get fucked up by it and they cling harder and it becomes like something more than it really is. It becomes a part of their fucking identity and shit. And then they start to seek out these kind of demagogue type figures who are better at speaking than they are, and they latch their opinion to that person. And it becomes like an extension of themselves. When somebody attacks that person or their ideas, it's like they're being attacked. And it no longer becomes a discussion about political tactics, about the possibilities of the future. And it becomes this like really emotion laden on both sides. Like, I'm not saying I'm sitting here like some stoic fucking judge that's above emotion. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to paint that picture for you. I'm just saying that it becomes so personal that people can't talk about it. People are so invested, you know. Or I guess in my case, not invested enough. There's an ad in front of this video talking about having period sex. Dope. Man, Highdeology is quickly becoming the money horse of Pessimist Productions, man. Monetized, period ads. What's next, dude? What is next? The meteoric rise of Highdeology, dude. Period sex is kind of a strange subject, I think, because people feel very strongly about it, I think, one way or the other. And, you know, I have kind of a passive opinion on it. Like, I'd probably rather not fuck during a period, but I'm also not like, I understand the difference between like blood coming out of a wound and period blood. You know what I mean? And so it's like, you know, if you gotta go, you gotta during period time, you gotta go. It's just the way it is. Depends on the day of the period too. Yeah, I mean, like, look, dude. I know a lot. I know a lot more about the fucking period than I should. I really do. you know, and shit gets, you know, starts out really heavy and then it gets clumpy and then it gets brown. You know what I mean? And there's all these stages of period. Paul, why you broadcast against TJ? Do y'all not have phones? TJ and I don't really look to each other for cues on when we stream. We just kind of stream when we want, and we give people the opportunity to like watch who they want. And the cool thing about streams is like if you watch one of us, then the other stream you can go watch that too. Yeah, I mean, you know, we don't set out to like stream at the same time, but sometimes TJ's streaming and sometimes I'm streaming and sometimes we're both streaming. It's the way it works. I don't know what to tell y'all. Yeah, dude, we're talking like there's period horniness and yeah, all the craziness. Never do this. Spent years watching. Just thanks. Oh, thank you, my friend. I appreciate the $2. I appreciate the vote of support and confidence even more. The fact that you have survived and stuck with this volatile, crazy stream run by an insane lunatic that should be locked away in an asylum somewhere. And you're still here and still enjoying yourself. I mean, it probably doesn't mean good things for your mentality, but it means good things for me because it means I'm drawing the right kind of person. Don't worry about sending more, man. I appreciate every donation. A donation is a donation, no matter how small. If they locked you up in asylum, I would break you out and indenture you to my service. Well, if you broke me out and tried to indenture me to your service, I would break your neck in your sleep and take everything you own and assume your identity and dress you up like me so that they would find your body and stop looking for me at the insane asylum and then go on living while you were buried in a grave with my name on it in the back of some insane asylum somewhere. So how do you like me now, bitch? See, the thing is like people try and pull these schemes and shit on me, and there's very few people that I've ever met that can out-scheme me, dude. I know how to... I just have gotten so adept at making fucking lemons into lemonade. There ain't nothing you can say to me that I can't double back. You know, like you start a narrative and I will always finish it with me winning. If you need proof of that, go and watch. We did a show. I don't remember if it was a patron show, but it was like Tournament of Badasses. And TJ, as a joke, put me in there and I won the fucking thing. Okay? I just want you to think about that. It was a tournament like where we did these hypothetical fights between like all the most badass people. Fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger, Chuck Norris, all the fucking Bruce Lee. And I won it. Did I win it because I deserved to win it? No. I won it because I wore down the other two people to the point where they were tired of refuting my arguments and they just gave it to me. Paul, listen to Angelic to the Core. No, thank you, but thank you for the $5. Scotty was absolutely fuming by the end of that. Oh yeah, he was steaming. He was a steamed clam by the end of that one. I won that motherfucker. I got the belt. I'm the biggest badass that ever fucking lived. Episode's out. There's proof. Paul versus Gorilla isn't even a challenge. Gorilla destroys all. Well, yes, of course. I would never say I could beat up Gorilla. That would be absurd. That would be absurd. That's right, Lord of Duck. Great comment and great segue into the shill. I appreciate it. Look at Lord of Duck out here. What if I am a gorilla? Like, how do you know I'm not a fucking gorilla with a human mask on? Let that bake your noodle. Twist that one around in the old fucking noggin for a couple of days and think it out. Huh? Maybe I was gorilla all along. I'm not saying I am. But maybe the reason I look so weird and lumpy is because the human mask is hiding very, very distinctly non-human features. I'm just saying maybe. Okay? You got to start opening your mind, man. So many of you, even those of you that have been watching me for years, you're thinking inside of here, man. You're all living right in this little fucking area right here. In this little box, right? And I've been out here fucking entertaining you all this time, fucking swimming around the box. Sometimes I jump in there with you and whip my dick out, and then I run out and laugh, and you guys all come back and watch it. But you're all up in here. You're still like day to day when you tune out of the Highdeology, you get right back in the box. You need to get out. Get out there. Make a fool of yourself. It can be rewarding. Perception is reality. So if you choose to perceive hatred as love and love as hatred, you can do it. You can do it. That's one of my favorite things about the subjectivity of human experience is that, like, you can really, with wide latitude, interpret things however you want, really. Like, people can argue with you and tell you you're stupid, but as long as you have, like, the basic stoic armor that it takes to not give a fuck what other people think about what you think, you can believe anything. And really, that becomes real for you. That's the cool thing about human existence. It's also a dangerous thing about human existence. It leads to like religion and magical thinking and horrible shit. But really, like the operative process behind that is fascinating to me. I believe this is true, and the ergo for me it is. And I'm the only one experiencing the world through the eyes of me, so it's true. It's a tenet of Scientology. What's true is what's true for you. And while I don't think it's a good tenet for any kind of like ethos, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with the sentiment. The brain interprets reality. Don't create it. Says you. And yet, when we observe a quark or some other quantum particle, It acts differently than it would act if we weren't observing it. But then again, intention isn't reality. So that can't be. But yet it is. If you allow photons into a room, one photon at a time, after shining the light into the room fully on the wall, if you are observing those photons, they will recreate the pattern that your brain expects them to, as if there were light shining out of that hole. If you're not observing the photons, they will kind of randomize themselves in different parts of the room. But that can't be true, because perception is not reality. Reality is reality, and our brains are just interpreting it. But what's the alternative? What's the alternative to, like, okay, so let's say I go along with that and I say that reality is this ultimate truth and that our brains are just interpreting it. Well, if a Christian can believe with every fiber of their being that every time the wind blows, it's Jesus walking by or something, then shouldn't they be challenged and immediately shown the light of their folly by a universe in which reality is reality and fantasy is fantasy? Don't start with that, though, Jacob, because people are not, like, I got to be honest with you, what I'm talking about right now, most people are not ready to talk about. And saying shit like we have no verifiable access to reality to people who aren't even ready to hear the basics of questioning the nature of consciousness, dude, you can't do that. Not all beliefs are valid. If not all beliefs are valid, then none are. That's the point. Because you don't have direct access to reality. Nobody does. We have our best guesses at what may be true. But then again, that's all based on our limited perception, hampered as it is by our only 5 senses and rather crude instruments. No, I'm not really talking about simulation theory. I'm just like musing a little bit. You know, I'm not saying anything altogether too deep here. I'm just musing a little bit on the strangeness and imperceptibility of consciousness, how it differs for each of us, how we can look at another person and assume so much about them but know so little. You're suggesting the material world does not really exist? I didn't suggest that. I was just suggesting that maybe the material world bows to our perception and not the other way around. Descartes has entered the chat. I mean, I'm just throwing shit at the wall here. But it's one of the reasons why I love philosophy and the ideas behind it. Because philosophy can be very specific and very broad. It can deal with things that are very, very narrow and things which encompass the very essence of what it means to be alive and aware of it. I think if perception influenced the material world in that way, all the climate change denial over the decades would have fixed climate change. No, 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 no. You're thinking way too linear here. We're not talking about wish fulfillment. We're talking about the expression of the unconscious because they're like, look, you're conscious right now, I assume. Maybe not for long because this is a pretty boring subject, but I don't care. It's not boring to me, but I understand to a lot of people it's boring. So you're awake right now, but there are a number of things going on that you're completely unaware of. The best example of this, the easiest to understand example of this, is the spectrum of light, right? Your eyeballs and brain and visual cortex are capable of interpreting light in only a very narrow spectrum. And there's this whole spectrum of light that we can't even see. And it's around us all the time. It exists here, it exists there, it exists up, it exists down, it's on your monitor, it's on your hand, it's in the eyes of your lover, but you can't see it. There are sounds that a human being cannot hear, right? So these are very tangible examples of our limited perception being completely incapable of understanding an entire broad swath of reality as it truly exists because we can't experience it. We can study it, we can theorize about it, but when it comes to like quantum theory, for example, we can theorize about it and we can test those theories and we can be ever more astonished by the strange nature of reality as we delve deeper into it. But it's not like human beings are not built for that. We're problem solvers, but we're problem solvers that are tactile. Okay, we're kind of like our ancestors and stuff. Our intelligence is kind of bent towards, here's an object. What can I use it for? What's its function? And is it useful to me when combined with some other object, right? It's like this real world problem solving stuff. And we're talking about like our own perception of reality and the limits on it and how much that limits our ability to really perceive what's going on around us. We're babes in the woods, man. Nobody can tell you. Do you think there were other universes before ours? I think it's a possibility. I've heard the Big Bang, Big Crunch theory. The idea that, now this is kind of like contradicted, I think, by what we're observing. Like quantum redshift is what they call it. And that is like when light is traveling faster and away from you. I'm not going to explain it right. Maybe somebody in the fucking chat is in college or something, but this is the basics of it. When light is traveling, accelerating away, it gives off a red light. And when it's decelerating away, it gives off a blue light. And when we look at the light that emanated from the very start of the universe, what we believe to be the Big Bang, it's actually red. So rather than losing momentum as we would expect in a giant explosion, which is what happens, that's the laws of physics, conservation of energy and the second law of thermodynamics and all that shit, right? Explosion happens, the energy is expended through explosive means, and then eventually that explosion calms and an equilibrium is maintained. Well, that isn't happening in our universe. So for some reason, even though the strong current theory of the universe is the Big Bang, we can't really explain why that explosion doesn't seem to be slowing down. So, and I'm not trying to be one of these, ICP Christian guys saying, I don't want to talk to a scientist because those motherfuckers lying and get me pissed. Science is not meant to be ultimately correct. It's meant to try and get as close to ultimately correct as possible by constantly questioning itself. And right now, in the time that we live in, the strong current theory is Big Bang. But there's been some scientific discoveries in the last 20 years that seem to contradict that theory. which means that there's some pretty elemental shit about the universe and its nature that we're not really able to make a definitive statement on one way or the other. Which means that, once again, not to open the God of the gaps, because I spent a lot of time arguing for the God of the gaps, but talking from a purely like human standpoint, our perception is limited, and what we know about the universe around us is limited by that perception. Hello, Mr. Naughty Priest. Thank you for the $200, my friend. I'll add that to your ongoing down payment on my penis on Pornhub. When you've reached the reserve amount, you will receive an email from my agent letting you know when and where you'll be able to view the penis. Mr. Naughty Priest, can I ask you a question that I probably shouldn't even fucking ask you? I don't mean to put you on the spot. You're a cool dude. Sometimes you just drop by and drop 200 bones and I don't hear from you all night. You usually don't chat much. But I want to ask you a fucking question, Mr. Naughty Priest. It's probably a question that, like, no, it's not what he does. I know what Mr. Naughty Priest does. What I don't know, and like I said, it's probably a question I shouldn't ask. Why would you drop $200 on a dork like me? Like, I'm not bitching about it. I love it, and I love you for it, and it enables a lot of shit within our organization. And there were times where, you know, your donations, even though, you know, you were just doing what you normally do, came at times where what eventually became my business needed that money. So what the fuck are you doing? Is that why? Like, do you care about us, like, to the point where you just want to make sure that we're okay, and you've got some disposable income and you toss it that way? Because, you know, I don't mean to denigrate other donations and whatnot, but $200 is not $5, you know, for me or anybody. I don't care how well off you are. So it's like, I'm not trying to get you to not do it. Please keep doing it as often as you can afford to. I'm just like, it's strange to me because I don't have that in me. Like, I don't have this, like, I don't think I ever will either. You know what I mean? I don't have this, like, I go to these people that I like watching and I feel I want to, like, reward them for it. Other than my view and my support and my like on the video or whatever. I'll do that type of shit. But as far as, like, you know, it almost kind of blows my mind that people subscribe to our Patreon too, for as long as they do and in the numbers that they do. Because I'm not the type of person to do that type of shit. Not out of any disdain for the people that create things. It's just not how things were done when I grew up. I'm not used to it. I'm not used to the kind of, like, busking mentality, because that's really what it is. And I don't mean that in a negative way. But in the earlier days of the internet, I remember me and TJ went to toe-to-toe on a number of subjects. One of them was e-begging, which is what it was called back in the day, which I was super resistant to. I had this real moral conundrum. Maybe not conundrum. I just really have nothing else to spend money on. Well, I got to tell you, man, like, it's helpful. I appreciate you. You're like a little figure in our community, you know, and it wouldn't be the same without you, money or no. So I hope you stick around, and thank you for your support. Shirt off. Oh, did somebody say I had to do the shirt off? He does it for a bit of attention. I don't think it's like that, because he could get, like, attention from anybody with that amount, but he comes back here to do it. You know what I mean? I think there's more to it than that. And I think there's more to it than Naughty Priest is saying, but I'm not going to press him. I'm interested. That's all. Yeah, no, I didn't agree to take my shirt off. But in the next, I'll tell you what. Here's what we'll do. I'll cam girl it, dude. I'll be a total fucking cam girl. In the next 15 minutes, if there are $20 of total donations, I'll do the rest of the stream shirtless. You've got until 5:15 a.m. my time, starting now. There you go. If you want it to happen, there's a reasonable price on it. It's been discussed and agreed upon. It's not going to change the nature of the stream. You're just going to see some like kind of like pale fat swinging around, you know, which is basically what you see when you look at my face anyway. You don't have to do that. No, trust me. I'm just, oh, no, that's $19.99. I'll tell them. There was a clear dollar amount discussed, and we talked earlier in the stream about pennies. We talked earlier in this stream about pennies and how they are legal tender, and I will not be denied my penny. I will not. I will get my penny. You know, rich people don't get rich by ignoring the pennies. God damn you, Otello. All right. Give me a sec here. Allow me to disrobe. Allow me to shed my skin, Ham. Oh, my God. Here we go. There you go. Ugh. Does that include, does shirt off? I said shirt off, not hat off. So fuck you. I can put my hat back on. Okay. Anyway. Did I just break YouTube's TOS by stripping for cash on a live stream? I think there might be something in the TOS about that. In Minecraft, okay? We did it. I did it in Minecraft. I stripped in Minecraft. I just got hot and I'm a dude and I decided to take my fucking shirt off. That's what happened. I don't think it counts if you're a guy. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I won't tell anyone if you don't. All right. We'll keep it. We'll just keep it under our hats. We'll keep it a secret. Wojcicki doesn't need to know. We've all agreed, right? Wojcicki doesn't need to know about what's happened here tonight. What she doesn't know can't hurt her. Gorilla versus orangutan. You don't even want me to describe that fight because I'm telling you, it's like the brute elemental strength of nature versus the wisdom of time. How do you pit two gods against one another? Masters of their own domain, which overlap. I mean, how do you go through that? How do you do it? They can't prove that you aren't actually just wearing a very pale, fleshy shirt. Yeah, I've got these man boobs drawn on my shirt. I had this shirt specially made so that it looks like I've got a big pair of like weirdly patchily hairy man tits. Hey, Paul, thoughts on my theory? True. Nothing is not possible state of being. Therefore, everything that can exist does exist by definition. Man, I'm a shirtless, fat stoner neckbeard on the internet. You just blew way over my head, dude. Look at who you just asked that question to. Can you believe that you just asked this person that question and expected to get anything even remotely intelligent out of the deal? No, I don't know, dude. I don't think I don't know. That's the best I can do for you is maybe so, maybe no. Like, I don't know. Maybe so and maybe no. Maybe to and maybe fro. Maybe Don and maybe Joe. Maybe clog and maybe flow. Maybe deer and maybe doe. Maybe catch and maybe throw. Maybe suck and maybe blow. Maybe tell and maybe show. Maybe dark and maybe glow. Maybe to and maybe fro. Paul, what beard products do you use? Honest Amish. They're on Amazon. You can look it up. And that's all you need to know. Just pick the one for you. I use them because they don't put weird perfumes and shit that makes my skin itchy. It's all like natural beeswax and essential oils and shit. Rich people get rich because they steal even the pennies. That's true. Like, there's no way. There's no way I was disrobing for $19.99. This is not Circuit City. Okay? This is not the Good Guys, okay? There's no sale price. $20 on the tag means $20 out the door. You got to come up with that penny. And I delivered, did I not? I told you I would deliver, and I delivered. Is your hair naturally that straight, or do you get your girlfriend to straighten it for me? My hair does that. Whatever it's doing right now is just what it does. I had it up in a bun today, so it's kind of curly down here, but no, it just hangs like it hangs. It does what it does. I don't do any straightening. I don't do any special shit to it at all. I just brush it and I wash it and shit. And condition it. I guess that's special. That's a little extra that I do. Paul, these people paid for man boob, not hair. What do you want me to do? Just like tits out the whole time? Dude, this angle. I know I'm a big fat fuck, but this angle right here, this is the most unflattering angle that you can assume. Like, as a fat person or a skinny person, nobody looks good from that angle right there. Oh my God, dude. You could lower the camera. I could, but I didn't promise no special extra shots of my nips and shit. I don't want to sit like that. Like, this is how I sit when I do the show. I haven't changed that. So I didn't promise no man boob. I just promised shirtlessness. No, I'm not. No, I don't sell nudity on YouTube for money. Okay. Don't even insinuate such a thing. I was just warm. I live in a very warm climate. Okay? This is fucked, dude. This is, for you, this is fucked. For me, this is Saturday morning. Yeah, I have I have standards, okay? And god damn it, I know it's unpopular not to, not to have standards. Or it's popular not to have standards these days, but man, I just got to buck the trend. I got to go against the grain. Exactly, honey. Thank you for letting them know. Amelia on the case as usual. I happen to think of doing it right as the donation came in, and it was a complete and utter coincidence. So what happened was I was streaming. I live in Louisiana where the climate is very muggy and warm and humid. And I'm trying to save both the environment and a little bit of money and not run my AC. And it got a little warm in the room. And as I was taking my shirt off over my head, one of my loyal viewers decided to donate money. That's it. In Minecraft. If that adds any more credibility, in Minecraft. And then, sincerely, Paul's ego. Said I would remain shirtless, but I never said I wouldn't turn my camera off when I needed to. You should be better negotiators, Really get the stipulations of your contract in order. You know what I mean? It's all a wise individual once told me it's all about the stipulations. You got to keep track of them stipulations, you know what I mean? Because they make or break a contract situation. No, I was just having some legal tobacco. I will not deny. How much money has Mr. Naughty Priest given Paul? Dude, he's answered that before. I don't even want to know. He'll probably tell you. Because, I've heard people, I've read that question out before, and then he'll answer it. And it blows my mind. If you've got photogenic feet, you may as well use them. Nah. I worked on my feet for most of my life, so. I mean, they're not horrifying, but you know what I mean? They've seen some wear and tear. Oh my god, dude. Fucking Naughty Priest. Holy shit, bro. Why do men look worse than women? Because, okay, so here's what happened. And this is okay, if I didn't know, I would just say to you, I don't know. I don't got a problem with that, but I happen to be an expert in evolutionary biology. This is something that very few people know about me because we don't go into it much on the show, and I don't like to flaunt my PhD around because I don't really think it means much. But I'm the former dean of the evolutionary biology department at Stanford. So here's how it happened, right? So DNA is made up of two different things, right? Two different elements. And those elements are adenine and agglutine, okay? So adenine and agglutine. And what happens is, at the moment of gestation, depending on whether the sperm that gets into the egg was loaded with adenine or agglutine, you get a boy or a girl. If it's a big old agglutine sperm, you get a big old fucking hairy, gross, ugly dude. And if it's a butadiene, some scientists call it a tractosome. If that one gets in, then you get a hot chick. That's all there is to it. I mean, am I wrong? Because I'm willing to be fact-checked on this. It has been a while since I was teaching. And it's been even longer since my thesis. But I'm pretty sure that if you check the Snopes and you check the Yahoo, I'm right. I'm pretty sure that's it. Atractinine and agglutol. I just fact-checked that, Paul. You are correct. There we go. So somebody has fact-checked me, so no more disputes. I don't want to hear any bullshit. I don't want to hear any bullshit. What I've told you is true. I look like a character off Mike, Lou, and OG, if you remember that show. I don't, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I do not. Wolf Blitzer said the CNN fact-checked affirm. Oh, so, I mean, as if we didn't need any more verisimilitude to my claims earlier. Wolf Blitzer himself, according to somebody in the chat who clearly is in contact with Wolf Blitzer, because the other option would be like, anyway, I won't even bring it up because it doesn't make any sense. Wolf Blitzer himself from CNN has corroborated this statement. Does nature hate ugly people? No, clearly not, because in order for a baby to be born, an ugly must have sex. Well, outside of science, now things are different. Now you can take a sperm and decide, hey, I want the agglutol, I want the butazine. You know what I mean? I want the agglutol, I want the butazine. I want a boy, I want a girl. But in biology, right, outside of the influence of technology, which is a different subject, although they will be someday intertwined. Sorry, I'm going into lecture mode. It's just so natural for me. I did it for so many years. Stanford. But there's a natural, because like if that doesn't happen, if an uggo doesn't get with a fuckabo, as we call them in scientific terms, basically an ugly person and a very, very attractive person. I'm sorry, I'm using a bunch of Latin and stuff tonight, and I don't mean to do that. It's just natural for me because I'm used to talking about this stuff in academia and not as a layperson. But I apologize and shall move on. An uggo must mate with a fucko. And if they don't, then there's no chance that either another uggo or fuckabo gets made. I'm like a 4 when fit and a 3-2 when chubby. Man, why does everybody know what their rating is? Man, fuck a rating. Man, that kind of just makes me mad, dude. There's people in the chat that like walk around with this number in their head. This is my value on the attractiveness scale. Says who? Who's the arbiter? No, it really is dystopian. It really is. It's sad. I don't mean to denigrate anybody who's saying it. I'm telling you, like it went all over me when I read that shit in the chat. People like going like, I'm a 3. Well, I've been told I'm a 4. It's like, the fuck is this? Like that shit, I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that when I was a teenage boy, I didn't go like, oh, 8, 10. But like to walk around with that number in your head and to self-apply it and shit. And to think that that's where you are on some imaginary scale that doesn't fucking exist. Y'all, that's sad. That made me really sad. Not just for the folks in the chat that think they got a number, but like for all the other people that believe the same shit. Because if there's 2 or 3 or 10 in the chat here, you know there's like fucking 100 million of people in the world that believe that shit. Like, fuck, dude. That's what I'm talking about, man. Like, the self-esteem movement has led to a total lack of it. Like, I really feel like the attempt to give everybody maximum self-esteem has obliterated it to the point where, like, it's looked down upon to look upon yourself like well, to have a decent self-image, not like, you know, an overblown, like there's a difference, right? But just to be like, I'm okay. You have to denigrate yourself if you look a certain way in this society, or if you feel like you look a certain way, or you don't have a certain attribute or whatever. Yeah, fuck that. Gene Simmons thinks he's a 10. You remember earlier when we were talking about how perception is reality to a certain extent? And a lot of people were going, no. They were having problems with that. Well, here's another example right here in human psychology, which is really what we were talking about. We were talking about the nature of consciousness, particularly the brand of self-aware consciousness that we display as humans. Excuse me. A little burp there. Almost felt like it was going to be a verp, but it was just a very sneaky burp. But it's interesting. It's an example in human psychological terms of exactly what we were talking about earlier. The kind of like unquantifiable nature of human consciousness. Because in the case of a lot of people, maybe not everybody, but in the case of a lot of people, they were labeled that way by somebody. And rather than discard that arbitrary label and go forth in confidence, they ascribed it to themselves and they believe it. And really, they're the sole arbiter of it. So it's like, it's a self-reinforcing negative belief. Because you can tell somebody that thinks that they're ugly, they're beautiful every 5 fucking seconds, and they're still going to think they're ugly. So it's like a self-defeating, self-reinforcing belief, but it came from somebody else. You didn't assign yourself a 4 or a 5 or 3 or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? So it starts from without, basically with somebody being fucking mean, because there should be no scale, because there's nobody on the scale that's a fucking 2, and there's nobody on the scale that's a fucking 10. Human beings are attracted to different types of features. Different types of features are regionally considered attractive. They're considered unattractive. It's all subjective. It's all fucking subjective. 100%. So to walk around with this number in your head that somebody else gave to you, and then to live your life like you are that number, is such a fucking sad state of affairs, dude. Because it's just as unreal as, like, the modern conceptions of God and shit. It's just as silly as that. It's just as arbitrary and just as pulled out of the ass of mean-spirited people. But that's what I'm, like, it's not solely your fault. Like, our society, and when I say our society, I mean the United States, is kind of tempered towards that. Like, your looks are everything. And if you don't fit this narrow definition of that you see on magazine, well, I guess nobody sees magazines anymore, but you see on Instagram, right? The unrealistic beauty standard that is just worshipped to death on social media. A lot of which, by the way, is completely false, edited, filtered to hide what? Flaws that would make them appear what? More like normal people. But this shit is just like, back when I was a kid, pre-internet, it was shoved in little girls' faces. And now it's just like crammed down your fucking throats, especially little girls. Little boys too. They're not exempt from this. They certainly are given an unrealistic standard, and you know, some of them completely incapable of living up to it. Like one of the standards that's on men that's really not on women is the height standard, which is total fucking bullshit. Small dudes are just treated differently. I've done it. Like, they've been the butt of my jokes I don't know how many fucking times. But for what? Because they're not as tall as me? Like, what does my height give me other than a lower life expectancy? You know what I mean? It's a cultural thing. It's just as fucking arbitrary as that number. In fact, it's another number. I'm 5'6" and I'm a dude, ergo I'm less of a man than that fucking 6-footer over there. And I'm treated that way. And when it comes right down to it, dude, short guys are out there getting laid just as much as tall guys are. So it's like, it's just to tear down self-esteem. Like, if you really boil it down, because it's like, well, yeah, maybe it's a selective thing. If it's a selective thing, then why have I seen so many dudes that are a head shorter than hot-ass chicks walking around with their hands in each other's fucking jean pockets and shit? You know what I mean? Short dudes are out there slaying puss and butthole, if that's what they want, all the time. But yet there's this like huge negative standard. So what does it exist for? It's not like sexual selection. So it's just negging that person. It's something that exists in our society solely to make people feel bad about themselves for something they have no control over or very little control over. Isn't that great? I think that's pretty fucking great. I know a lot of tall virgins, yeah. I don't really know a lot of virgins. I won't lie, but I'm 40. By the time you reach 40, you really don't have a lot of personal friends that are virgins anymore usually. Like most of the people that thought that they were never going to get laid either got laid or you don't know them anymore. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure there's some people that just never happens for, but you know, the amount of virgins that you know definitely decreases as the years pile up. It's just strange to me, you know what I mean? And really interesting, honestly, like from a detached standpoint, but I can't really detach myself from it because I was raised in it, born into it, subject to it like everybody else in my own way. But this weird self esteem busting thing that we do to one another constantly, even in the age of acceptance and stuff, people are still, and I don't really care. This is not me going like, boo hoo, people call me fat, boo hoo. Trust me. I've been called every mean fucking thing in the world more times than you could spend for the rest of your life if that's all you did was call me that. I've been called, like, you build up armor over the years, and I do this job. So that shit just kind of, but it's so ingrained in our society. It's like if somebody, like, for example, if there was a woman who came on the scene because she was involved in some way, maybe she's a whistleblower, okay? Let's just say that there's this woman who's a whistleblower and she blows this case against the government wide open or exposes some corruption in the government, becomes a media sensation, right? Normal person, right place at the right time, media sensation. Let's say this woman happens to be overweight. If you look at the comment section of those news videos and anything that features her, amongst the top comments will be just fat. Not even like a commentary on how fat she is or a witty comment about how fat she is or a joke about how fat she is. Just literally fat. And there's always somebody, and then about 2,000 other somebodies that come along and hope to be the first one to do it and go, damn, I got beat to it and like it. Who, no matter what that person has gained notoriety for, no matter what the circumstances of the story surrounding them is, the first thing that they want to do when they feel like they can reach that person in some way is to cut that person down. And I don't think, like, I'm speaking out of turn here when I tell you that psychologically speaking, people that do that typically do that because they themselves have very, very poor self-esteem. And so in order to feel better about themselves, they bring others down to their level. So society is radiating this unreachable expectation on boys and girls and non-binary people now. This unreasonable expectation of beauty and body shape and face shape and skin tone and skin color and skin texture and hair and height. And the expression of that is that we as a people have turned against one another and taken it upon ourselves to anonymously, as often as we can, cut people down for how they look. We're brutal to everybody. We're particularly brutal to women here in this country. I totally fucking agree with that. I don't know if you guys saw this shit. I don't really make the rounds, so I don't know how much of a meme this became. But I remember seeing somebody retweeted it, at least to call it out for some bullshit. But I was looking at my Twitter one morning, and I saw pictures of Billie Eilish. And Billie Eilish was, like, in a sweater and some flip-flops, I think. I can't remember what she was wearing, some shorts. She looked like my sister or my girlfriend or my, cousin or whatever the fuck. She looked like a girl that you would see walking around, going to the store, whatever the fuck, being a normal human. And people apparently were just like picking apart every little thing about her. Like, oh, her tits are this, and her belly is this, and her butt is this, and her legs are that, and it was just like, what is this instinct? Not even poor Billy, poor us, poor women, poor men, poor boys, and poor girls that have to grow up in a world where if there's a picture of them taken and they post it and it gets any kind of traction at all, the first thing is going to be whatever their worst fear is. The most insecure that they, immediately somebody's going to find that and put it in the chat or the comments or make a meme of it. You know what I mean? Poor us and poor the world. Because that's just totally unnecessary pressure in a world that's just filled with it. She's hot. Haters gonna hate. I mean, I'm not. See, here's the thing. I saw a picture of her in normal ass fucking shorts, a hoodie, and some flip flops. I don't really think there needs to be a conversation about how hot she is. Like, that's part of the problem. Like, I know you're trying to do good by being like, oh, she's hot, but aren't you kind of just doing the same thing? You're taking this mundane act of a chick walking to the store or walking to the subway or whatever and turning it into a referendum on how she looks. You're just taking the positive end. Like, I don't think there should be a referendum on how she looks at all. Like, I don't feel the need to go like, oh, Billie Eilish is so fucking hot. Billie Eilish is this. She doesn't need to be justified by me or anybody else. I don't got to justify myself when I walk out the door and go to the store or go to my doctor or go to the pharmacy to pick up my meds or whatever the fuck she was doing. So why should she or anybody? It's an absurd obsession that we allow to creep into our children's minds, and we do nothing about it. And it leads to people who are just obsessed. Everyone does it. Yes. Yes, that's true. Here's the thing, though. I don't vocalize every time somebody walks by that I think is hot in public to them. I don't think that's appropriate. So if I'm walking around and I see some hot little twink dude, I don't go, damn, I want to fuck that boy pussy. Because I think you're very physically attractive to me. And then I walk down the street as that person's staring at me in horror, and I see a hot chick with a big fat ass and some titties. And I go, damn, girl, I know you're just here to buy lumber at the Lowe's, but can I talk about your butt and titties and how banging them things is jiggling up in your fucking shirt? Like, what is this? Yes, I might think those things. Yes, I might see that chick walking into the Lowe's to buy her lumber and go, God damn, that big fat ass and them big o tig-o bitties. In fact, I'm going to come straight out and tell you, I do think that. And when I see that twink, I do think about dominating that boy pussy. But I don't think it's my job to take my sexual fantasy or my appraisal of how I think that person looks and make it known to them, whether it's in public or in private. Like, it's not even about social graces. It's just about like having a little decency, like having a little common human respect. Not even decency, just like respect for a human being a human being. Because I don't know about you guys, but I don't know many people that aren't struggling in some way, shape, or form. Like maybe you guys have got this long list of super happy, content people that you know, but the people I know and that are close to me, not a lot of content and happy people in that group. There might be one or two, but the balance is really towards the people that are fucking struggling. And I know that I'm not alone in that. And you know what, like to qualify some of the shit I was saying earlier so I don't get called every name in the book or whatever the fuck. Look, when people put shit out there and ask, like, are clearly asking for a referendum, like, there's, you know, like people that do porn and shit, it's different. Like, if somebody is like, ooh, what do you think when you look at this? And it's a big ass and a thong pulled all the way up in it so you can't even see the thong anymore. You know what I mean? And they make that post. I don't think that's the same thing as people looking at Billie Eilish walking down the street and discussing every fucking dimension of her body. You know what I mean? She's not putting herself out there for that. She's not asking for like, please critique me. Please like talk about my titties and my legs and my face and my neck. And it's like, what? That's why she dresses in oversized clothing. I don't know much about Billie Eilish, so I didn't even really know I've seen like videos where she was, but I didn't know that that's why she wore like big baggy pants and stuff. But I don't blame her. I mean, to an extent, it's why I do it too. I mean, obviously, it's different for a man than it is a woman, but I'm a fat dude. I've got bulges and shit. Like I'm sitting here like shirtless in front of you guys because I'm too old to really care anymore, but I don't like what I see when I look at this. You know what I mean? I don't like looking at it. I don't like seeing it, and I don't like other people, like I don't like inviting other people to talk about it, so I wear big oversized shit. Like I'm probably a 2X and I wear a 4X and everything. Because I just want shit to be extra fucking hanging off of me. Because I don't want to invite comments on my bulges and my fat rolls and my belly and my man tits and shit. You know? But by the same token, like I said, I'm old enough now to where, like, look, I am what I am. Sitting here shirtless for me is about as worrisome as a cloudy day down here. It just doesn't bother me. Don't like her music, but can't escape her, so I learned a few things. Oh, we're still doing Billie Eilish. I like Billie Eilish because I like I think there's one song that I really liked of hers, and I really haven't heard another one that I really liked, and it's a really popular song. I can't even remember what the hook is because I haven't heard it in a while. But she's got spiders crawling all over her and shit. But I saw this video of Billie Eilish that made me like her more than her music. It was her sitting with Timberland, who's like a fucking legendary producer from the late 90s, early 2000s. Just dude is like a beat wizard, right? And she's chilling at the end of the table, and he's just like playing her some beats he's got. And she gets so fucking hype. And I was like, man, she's really enjoying her job, and she really thinks it's cool to be where she is. And I could see that radiating off of her. I could see like she knows who Timberland is. And even if she doesn't, she's hearing this beat and she's recognizing the same thing that I recognize when I hear a Timberland beat, which is it's just like a cut above. It's cleaner than 90% of beats out there. So Paul's philosophy is based on his own self-image. Interesting. Like, are you trying, like, is your troll tactic to try and be as dumb as possible to get banned, or what? Like, what are you even talking about, dude? Like, is that really what it's come to? Is that what we've come to, ladies and gentlemen? Is that what trolling is in this day and age? Just throwing out like a nonsensical statement in the middle of a totally fucking normal adult conversation. Making an accusatory statement that makes no sense, and then kicking back and going like, LOL, he talked about me, or whatever. Like, that's part of this. It's like part of what the drama starts. No, I mean, there's no drama. I don't really care. But it's actually part of what we've been talking about. It's like, what's the psychology behind a person that comes in and, wants to just continuously disrupt? I can only look at that through the lens of a teenager, because I did that shit when I was a teen. Like, when I was a tween and a teen, I trolled people on the CB, and then as soon as the fucking internet came around, I was trolling. So it's debatable whether it's your fault that you're fat. No, I didn't say that. Once again, like, if you have to start a sentence with "so," and it isn't followed by a direct quotation from me, and then a question about that quotation, then you're asking a stupid loaded question. Or a straw man. So it's debatable that your fat is out of your control. Well, for me personally, I can speak on that. It's in my control. I don't have a glandular disability. I don't have a thyroid disability that would cause me to be obese. I do have a family history of obesity, which makes you more prone to it, but my weight is in my control. I'm fat because I eat more calories, or at least in the past have eaten more calories than I burn. But there are some people on the planet that can't control that. They have legitimate medical conditions that cause them to be fat. They may be disabled in a way that makes it hard for them to exercise. There are a number of people that could make excuses for being fat that don't include their own physical weakness. For me, my personal story is that it's my personal weakness for food and my personal disdain for exercise in combo. Is this Paul the early bird or the insomniac? That's a false dichotomy. This is actually Paul has a weird sleep schedule and slept in way late today because he didn't have to work. and is now kind of still up, but it's not super late for him. But hello, morning crew. I guess the dawn will be breaking soon. Let me look at the time. No, dawn is still a way off for us. It's getting farther out, too, so I may not see the dawn with you guys, but it's definitely morning. It's like 6 a.m. You live in New York. I fucking really envy you. Dude, I know it's like pissy and shitty and smoggy smelling, but dude, the smell of fucking New York City, I miss that more than anything. That crisp kind of like fall air in New York City. I'll never forget it. All those like exhaust and all the food that's starting to get warmed up on every fucking corner and shit. I envy your position, sir. I liked that place. I like New York City a lot. Oh, you live on Long Island. Okay. Well, whatever. I'm sorry. I'm not local. So when you say New York, I think Manhattan. I think the rotten apple, okay? I'm a tourist. I was there one time when I was 14. I was overweight until I gave up sugar. Now my BMI is 18. I still eat plenty of fat, and I don't count calories or anything else. So I kind of made like a decision because I've been losing weight. I started, I think, a month after TJ did, really taking it seriously. And I kind of decided, like, I'm not going to share weigh-ins with people, and I'm really not going to talk a ton about what I'm doing because I'm just tired of the fucking doctors, you know what I mean? But I went to my doctor who ran a number of tests on me, 2 full different blood panels and shit, because I just hadn't been to the doctor in a long time. She wanted to check everything. And I went to the doctor, it was last week, and was told that my blood pressure was normal, which is great news because that's really the worst thing that I have health-wise. My blood pressure was normal. My kidney and liver function were better than she expected for somebody my age and with my history. So I got a good filter system going. I chalked that up to stopping drinking in my 20s. Hint, hint. Have fun when you're 20. And then around 25, 26, consider quitting drinking. She said that I'm losing weight because I've gone to her, several times over the months, that I'm losing weight exactly at the rate she wants me to. I'm not losing it too fast. I'm not losing it too slow. Every time I come in, I'm consistently lower and at a very healthy rate. So yeah, I'm actually doing pretty well health-wise. There's one big glaring problem. And when it comes to my personal health, you know what I mean? That's really sticks out like a sore thumb, but I got to be honest with you, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to discuss it. You guys don't need to know every little detail. But I'm telling you, it's not an insurmountable hill. I haven't damaged my body beyond repair. I'm doing okay for a fat guy in his 40s, basically. Like, I'm not in the best of health, but I'm moving in the right direction. And my blood panels and liver tests and all that shit looked really good. I really was, like, kind of dreading it going in because I hadn't been to the doctor for so long. I hadn't really had a full fucking ration of tests done. And so I was kind of like I'm going to find out what the last 10 years or so of my life has really cost. Let's see. And I was pleasantly surprised that my blood pressure was okay. My cholesterol was really good. My liver and kidney function, all that shit was good. My blood oxygen was good. My heart function was good. I had an echocardiogram. Nothing abnormal. Everything looked good. No blockages that they could see or anything had built up in my arteries. So as far as I can tell, like, as other than the fact that I'm fat and I'm a smoker, I don't really have a whole lot of health problems, you know, which is good. Did you not have ball cancer? No. I'm infertile. I have infertility, and not due to ball cancer. Never give anyone diet advice. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Don't do that. I don't even hate to hear it. You're just right. I know you're probably even trolling, Jimbo, but you're just correct. Like, I shouldn't be smoking. But here's the thing. Not to bitch about it, not to diminish anybody else's year, because I know it's been crazy for all of us, but let's just suffice it to say that 2019, 2020 has been a crazy 2-year cycle for me. A lot of fucking upheaval in my life, a lot of crazy changes, some of them really good, but ultimately upheaval equals anxiety and struggle and mental illness and just struggling against that whole thing, which is part of what I have to do to function. If I listened to what my brain told me to do, you guys would never see me because I'd never get out of bed. Somebody would have to enable my life because I would literally lay in bed all day and not speak to a person. So if I listened to what my brain told me to do, that's what I would do. So every day is like a plow through that because you know what I mean? And that's just the truth. So smoking is something that I did for a very long time, and then I quit for a very long time. I think I quit smoking in 2006, 7, and I didn't start till this year again. And the reason that I can give for that is just the pacifier excuse. It was like the whole world was falling apart, and my personal world felt like it was falling apart to an extent. So I was like, fuck it, bro. Smoke him if you got him, man. I remember the cool, clean drag of a smoke. I can just go get a pack. You know what I mean? Smoke that pack up here and there. I'll have one. The old smoker's fucking gambit. And here I am, dude. Smoking. Like a chimney. Not horribly. I'm not like 2 packs a day. I'm like a little under a pack a day, around there right now. That's the truth. No candy coating it. And it's stupid as fuck. Totally destructive. But it's an addiction to a substance, and it's an addiction to the whole ritual of it. The smell of it, the feel of it, the handling of the cigarette is all part of that. It's an oral fixation. I'm telling you, dude. Our monkey brains were not prepared, man. Why'd you say that, Anarchy? You might end up with fucking spleen cancer or whatever the fuck it was that Bill had. Liver cancer or whatever the fuck. Like, that's just as true for me as it is for you. Why you feel the need to tell me about my future and your future? Copenhagen mint dip. Dude, dipping. Can we be real about something for a second? It's too early in the morning to not be real. So let's just be real with one another for 1 second, if you guys don't mind. Dipping is the funniest and grossest fucking shit that anybody ever fucking did. And anybody that does it has to know that all of us that don't do it, like smokers and non-smokers alike, you guys are like the bottom rung of disgusting habits, dude. You guys are like, dippers are like the bottom rung of disgusting habits, dude. Everybody thinks you're gross. They hate being around you when you do it, even if you've got one of them nice little discreet spit jugs. Got going, I got a spit jug. We can just like hear the gross shit coming out of your mouth when you talk all weird. You think you sound the same as you do. Because you talked yourself into the fact that this is kind of cool that I got this thing tucked in my lip. But all of us that don't dip, we can hear that dip lisp. I tell you what, man, that dip lisp. You know what I mean? Anyway, I went down the racetrack the other day, and, you know, like you're sitting there dipping, right? And you're talking to people, and you think they're not paying attention. Like, because for you, it's routine that you just constantly excrete this disgusting, brown, shitty, diarrhea-looking shit out of your mouth, right? But for everybody else around you, no matter how long they've been around you or how many people in their family do it, they're horrified. Unless they're people that do it. It's like you dippers get together. That's the only time you're not being judged. I'm just letting you know, dude. Bro, one time I saw a dude spit his dip in a cup that he made out with his girlfriend right after nasty. Dude, a couple of my... I don't want to talk a bunch of shit, dude. And I think they might have quit, but a couple of my cousins used to dip. And, dude, it's just the whole process is so gross, bro. That ending part where they hawk it, because what they do is they scrape it out of their lip and they get it on their tongue and then they go... And like this big old fucking hunk of shit comes flying out, like a big old fucking flim jim, as Bill would say. And you're just like, what the fuck is going on here, man? How am I supposed to be in conversation with this person right now? I've learned to do it, but I'm just telling you, man, dip is bullshit, man. Dip is like the grossest fucking habit. It's the only thing in the world that makes us smokers like socially acceptable to people. So I'm just letting you know, like I'm probably the first person that's ever been real like honest with you about it from a detached standpoint, because I don't care about your health. Like I don't care if your face rots off or whatever. I'm a smoker. I'm courting death every fucking time I take a drag on one of these things. It ain't about that. I'm just letting you know. Like from an aesthetic perspective, yeah, nobody's probably ever walked up to you and been like, dude, the dipping thing is real fucking gross and like real comical too. You look silly. Like there are people that like they fetishize the whole thing. Like smoking looks cool for me. Like I think that a person that knows how to smoke and that's handling a cigarette, like look what's behind me. You know, Kurt taking a drag in between songs at the fucking Live in New York special. You know what I mean? But dip, dude, here's what it looks like. Let me break it down to you, dude, because I've seen so many fucking people do it. I ain't got no dip. I'm not going to actually dip, but here's what it looks like, right? You get your can and you're sitting there like, yeah, man. So anyway, how's work been? Oh, that's good. That's good, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah, my work's been good too, man. Yeah. I got a promotion, you know. Oh, yeah. Got a promotion and Oh God. Oh God. So anyway, I got promotion. Shit's banging, man. You know? You know what I mean? It's like, it's like, it's like, every time I go to work, you know, it's like my boss is saying, like, man, I need to give you more responsibility. You know what I mean? Anyway, but it's all good, man. That's that. No, that's it. Like that's it. That's what it looks like, dude. you make the fucking excuse that I'm killing myself. I'm not gonna refute that, but at least I'm doing it and looking like somewhat stylish while I'm doing it. Like there's something aesthetically pleasing about what I'm doing. What you're doing is just disgusting and antisocial. It's fucking horrible. Dippers, dude. You dumb motherfucking hayseed motherfuckers, dude. What's more aesthetic, cigarettes or cigars? Depends on who's smoking them. I've seen some dudes look dorky as fuck. You know what happens with cigars? By the way, I look cool as fuck smoking a cigar, but that's because I know how to smoke a cigar, right? They're those dudes that like get married and they never smoke a cigar, but they go outside afterwards and their best man's like, cigars. And they're like, you know, I don't know how to do it. I need something that's like a cigar. I don't really have any cigars, so. Fuck, man. I need props and shit sometimes, you know what I mean? What have I got here? My phone. You know what I mean? So the guy's like, you guys. You know what I mean? That ain't cool. And that's really what a lot of dudes look like when they're smoking a cigar. Oh, yeah. Cricket cigar. Yeah, they'll be like, no. Like there's a whole aesthetic and there's a whole ritual to lighting a cigar and smoking a cigar. And you don't ever like you'll, another amateur move is like you'll light a cigar and take 3 puffs and then like you'll see a dude put it out and you're like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? You don't put a cigar out. You commit to the cigar and you smoke that cigar to the head until it's just a little wet piece of fucking paper. And then you put it in the butt tray. You don't just like, oh, this is pretty good, but I think I'm going to put it out, save this for later. It's like, man, you got to have like some appreciation for aesthetics. If you're going to do crazy, stupid, self-destructive shit, at least do it aesthetically. At least learn the trade. You know what I mean? At least learn the language of the death of your choice that, you know, like, I mean, yeah, dude, I'm not talking about big old fucking giant herfs. You know what I mean? I'm talking about your average fucking little cigar is not going to take you 2 sessions to get through or 3 sessions to get through. Like, yeah, if you get a big old long Ricky Ricardo fucking Cuban, you know what I mean? That's like longer than a donkey's dick. Yeah, it can last 2 sessions. But if you're a cigar smoker, you probably know better than to get one of those if you're not willing to sit and have a long smoke sesh. So you don't waste it. So it doesn't sit and get stale and the like smoky, tarry shit soaks into the tobacco. So the next time you hit it, it's all harsh and dried out. Man, fuck that. You get a cigar. You get a nice cigar. Not a cheap piece of shit cigar. And you treat it nicely. You have a cigar cutter. You snip that shit. Or if you want to be real fucking dope about it, you can actually bite it. But If you don't know what you're doing, you'll fuck your whole cigar up. But you can just, and you're ready to go. Then you light that shit, not with a Bic. You don't light a cigar, especially a nice cigar, with your Bic. I just want to slap Bics out of people's hands when I see them lighting nice cigars. And I'm like, what are you doing? You light your cigar with a match. Or a torch lighter. Something that isn't just straight butane up into your cigar. And then you sit back and you enjoy. You don't pay attention to it. You don't call attention to it. You let the smell guide the conversation and you just lose yourself in the cigar. That's how you do it. There's a whole fucking ritual to it. And if you don't abide by it, you look like a dork and you may as well not do it. Hemp wick is okay. I don't really like it myself because I think it's pretentious and unnecessary. Like, I'm fine with a good match. I'm fine with a good fucking torch lighter. Fine with a Bic for cigarettes. You know what I mean? I know my shit. Yeah, I never smoked a pipe, so I don't really know much about it, to be honest with you. But other than it looks fucking cool when an old dude with a fucking long ass white beard is smoking a pipe. So maybe I need to pick that shit up. And maybe I'll try that shit. Maybe I'll get myself a nice pipe. And I'll just start doing pipe tobacco. I'm an older gentleman now. Look at me. A gentleman of distinction. Who's to say I should not smoke a pipe? Hitchens. What? Cigarettes are the perfect drug. When you're hungry, it makes you feel full. When you're full, it helps with digestion. When you're tired, it keeps you awake. And when you're awake, it helps you feel asleep. Yeah. It's true. Are you looking forward to the right-wing terrorist spree after the election? No. I don't think that that's necessarily going to happen, but if it does, I'm definitely not looking forward to it. Are you? Let me guess. Yeah. And then, dude, see, here's what I would love, dude. If I was a god, right, and had the ability to be at any time and place that I wanted to be and observe any event that I wanted, right, I wouldn't use it for wickedness. I would sit on the internet all day and watch people claim how they would react to something. And then I would travel into the timeline to them facing it and immediately post a video of them screaming, hiding in their house. Like TJ does this shit all the time and it drives me nuts. He'd be like, I love a riot. I'll be like, you love a riot until it's outside your house, and then you hate a riot. Well, everybody hates a riot when it's outside their house. I was like, well, yeah. Everybody's at cognitive dissonance with themselves, including you. I love a riot, dude. Yeah. I used to be way less squeamish about shit like that. And now I got to be honest with you, at my age and where I'm at, like mentally and shit, I can't even really go to like a metal concert where I think a big pit's going to open up and shit. I went and saw Mastodon in Seattle with Scotty. And I had a great time. It was a great show. But I got to tell you, dude, I was like It's probably my last metal show like this. I just can't be in the pit. I can't be at the edge of the pit. I can't be at a show where people are just jumping all over me. Like I don't. Yeah, dude. In my old age, I've gotten really kind of like standoffish. Now I'm touchy feely with people that I love. I'll grab somebody that I love up and just give them a hug, or a handshake or whatever the fuck. But it's like people I don't know. I don't want them brushing up against me and like being in my bubble. And if you're in a fucking metal show, that's just a foregone conclusion. Because I really enjoyed the music and enjoyed most of my time there. I thought it was a dope show, but it was also just like kind of nerve wracking. Well, now with COVID, I don't even know if shows like that are going to be possible for 10 years. I mean, who the fuck knows, bro? What's up, Pranab? Didn't notice you in the chat. I don't always read names. Pranab is an old friend of mine. We used to play Diablo together. Some other shit, too. Then I got a divorce, and he got dadded. He's a dad now. I think it's multiple dad now. You got 2 kids now, don't you, Pranab? Or am I wrong? But yeah, just an old pre-DP internet buddy of mine. Hey, Paul, sorry about what I said earlier. I meant it as a joke. No, don't worry about it. You ain't got to apologize to me, dude. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Oh, your whole family just got over COVID? Fuck, bro. That's crazy. I mean, I'm glad that everybody came through and shit, but I mean, people just don't take this shit seriously. I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying, like, it's got to hit home for some people. It doesn't for me. Like, I know enough people with that story. It's hit home enough for me. Some people, it's got to be their grandma that drops dead or whatever, and then they go, oh, shit. I'm sorry I offered you a J in New Orleans about a year ago. Thanks for signing my poster and t-shirt. Show us the dream catcher I made for you. Oh, dude, I'll go pull it off my wall one of these nights. But in order to do that, I'm going to have to say that whoever paid has been paid because I got to put my shirt on. I can't hang. It's cold in here. I like it cold, but I can't just sit here colder than a witch's tit with nipples that could cut diamonds. So I'll go grab the dream catcher you made and show people because it really is cool. People always bring me stuff, like not always, but a few people will bring like t-shirts. Especially for me, it's like t-shirts. This one dude, Peyton, always brings t-shirts when he comes to a meetup for me because he knows I love t-shirts. But yeah, I'll go grab the dream catcher. Just give me a sec. I got it right outside my bedroom. All right. Oh. Okay, so here it is. Pulled it off of my wall. Now, there was one casualty, unfortunately, because I remember admiring this when you gave it to me. And there used to be two of these little turtle guys. And I think the other one was right over here, like symmetrically. And he got lost somewhere between the venue and here. I don't know if he fell off at the venue or fell off in the car that I was in, because at that point, did I have the car I have now? But no, this is cool. This hangs right outside my bedroom every night. This was given to me by a fan and loyal Highdeologite, and it's cool. It's beautiful. I love I think peacock feather there, and I don't know. It's just really cool. Made it with the Native American chief because of your little Indian Cub Scouts thing. That's cool. No, I could tell right away that it wasn't like because I've seen like the touristy ones that they sell people, and I could tell that this one was handmade. I was like, whoa, this is really intricate and pretty. I love the weave on it, like the kind of asymmetrical spider weave kind of look to it. It's really beautiful. That's why I put it up immediately, because I didn't want to lose it. So I'm going to go put it back up so that I don't fuck it up and lose my other turtle. You know what I mean? I actually think it looks pretty cool with just one turtle. I know it makes it a little asymmetrical, and maybe that makes it not like authentic, but for me, I had to get over the loss of the little turtle guy, because it just happened. I don't know what happened to him. Whee! Okay. Okay. Undie alert? Not really. They're like I don't know, like basketball shorts or whatever. Paul and DFF are my top streams from when I'm playing chill video games like Destiny 2 and what's AO3? The fuck is AO3? I'm a Haynes dude. I'm not a Fruit of the Loom guy. Anus Odyssey. Age of Empires 3. Okay. I thought that was AOE. Whatever. I've been playing EVE Online recently again. I've been playing that game on and off. I did the math on it, and I looked at my account, and I started my EVE Online account in 2006. So I've been playing that game for a hot minute. Not concurrently, but I just keep coming back. And I like some EVE. But for me, EVE is like a solitary affair or like a small group affair. I don't like this big kind of game in EVE. Like, I really like doing stuff that, like, if I streamed it for you guys, in fact, I could bring it up right now. and show you guys like what I do in Eve. I'll show you. Because fuck it. I don't even care if you don't care. But to give you an idea of like the type of stuff that calms me down and makes me think nice thoughts and happy thoughts. Yeah, I was stuck in a wormhole for quite some time. But I got out because I'm good. I do wormhole exploration, but my real true love that I've found in this game is mining. You're tuning out? All right, buddy. See you later. I mine in Eve, yeah. I really like mining. I've got 2 accounts. I guess I'll get them both in. You guys will only be able to see one screen. I'll leave the screen on the mining guy that I've got. And then you guys will be able to see my little hauler guy running around too. I can't do this for too long because there are people that like scan like YouTube and Twitch for people that are streaming Eve and they blow them up for the lulz. And I can afford to lose my ships, but I'd really rather not. Eve is a brutal game, dude. You're really never safe in Eve. You kind of got to pay attention to what you're doing. I'm not going to explain every little thing I'm doing. You guys are just going to have to watch me do it because there's really no point. Eve is not super complex. It's not like you can learn to play Eve, but the learning curve is steep. Eve is like a cruel mistress. So let me throw up my typical way of doing this. Get this split up here. Okay, we want him. I think. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, just getting my characters on the right screens and shit here so that you guys can see. At least you can see the cool lasers, you know? You know what I need to do? I need to make use of my 3rd screen that I always forget that I have. My phone, and use that to read my chat so I can enjoy playing Eve as well. I'm not going to play for very long, but we'll play a little bit. Hopefully that's not too loud. Let me see how loud things are here. Not too bad. I have things turned down. That's good. I don't really like having the in-game sounds and music super high in games that I play for long stretches of time, so. Now, in theory, I should be able to go down to the bottom here and do like that. Cool. Okay. That works. So, as of right now, just to let you know, I've given all the information that somebody that wanted to kill me in this game would need to track me down and kill me just by showing them the fucking station that I'm in and the system I'm in and my intent to go out and show you guys how mining works and shit. So I might get blown up, but that would probably be more interesting for you guys. Did this just turn into a game stream? Kinda. I was thinking about playing EVE Online, and I was like, well, I could turn off the stream, or I could geek out a little bit on the stream and play some EVE Online. So right now, on my other screen, which you guys can't see, I'm getting my hauler to fly in and check out these belts, because I need to find an asteroid belt that's got a big fat load of asteroids in it. So I'm going to have him warp around for a little bit So that's what I'm doing while that's going on. Oh wait, fuck. Well, I'm glad I caught it now. Can I stop before I warp? Please, please, please. Oh, thank you. Undocked in the wrong ship. Yeah, Eve has had some pretty significant client updates. This ship is a coveter. It's a mining barge that I've specialized for. Its job is to destroy giant asteroids and suck all the minerals out of them very quickly, and it does very well at that. I like the flames that come out of it. They did a really good job of making it look like an industrial ship, because that's what it is. It's really pretty defenseless. It's got some drones in it that I can use against NPCs, but if there's a concerted effort to kill me, it will be successful. I will lose at least one of my ships, if not both. But hey, them's the breaks in Eve, you know? That's why I'm a multi-millionaire, pushing towards a billionaire in Eve. You have to be, kind of, to be able to play it. You got to find a way to make money, like mining and exploration, which is what I do, and then kind of commit yourself to the fact that one day you're not going to pay attention and somebody's going to get the drop on you, or you're going to do something stupid like stream and somebody's going to go get on their main and fly a ship over there and blow you up, you know? I mean, what are you going to do? That's Eve for you. Who is Jorah Oceano? That is my mining guy's name. So that's his character name, which it doesn't really matter. And Madrasynth is my other guy's name. You can see he's denoted here. Corp tags next to him. That's my hauler alt. Well, actually, it's my main, but he does my hauling when I mine, because he is specialized for just that. So, what was I doing? Oh, that's right. I have to switch ships over here. So anyway, this game is very slow, very spreadsheety. Like, I've heard it be called spreadsheet the game, because there's just a lot of information and you kind of have to know how to navigate it. But once you get yourself all set up, you can kind of kick back and just watch the money roll in, which is fun. But getting to that point is a little fiddly. This is calming your nerves before filming a wedding. Cool. I like doing this type of activity in this game and not the space pirate blowy laser shooty explodey, because like it really makes me feel like this might be kind of what it would feel like to be a miner in a distant future. You know what I mean? Living on some station that's just kind of tied to a big rock, and it's your job to hop in this multi-billion-dollar ship every day, and, well, multi-million in my case. Multi-million-dollar ship, and just laser rocks, man, and listen to music and shit, and chill out and vibe. So I'm going to take a look at this belt. I was warned by somebody that the belts around where I'm at, I've got a friend that plays, and he was saying that like the NPCs have been going a little crazy in these belts. Okay, this belt is stripped. Maybe I should switch this up so you guys can see this while I'm doing it. So let me do that real quick. So right now I'm in my hauler, and I'm kind of popping around to each one of these belts and trying to take a look at how much is in them and how many enemies are in them. So it's like an MMO that's just the profession side of gameplay. Well, no, I mean, it's sandboxy. So I do the profession side, and I make like the shit that I mine tonight on stream. I will sell at a market, and somebody who specializes in production. Okay, this is fine. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna move this over, and I'm gonna have my miner just warp to me here. So number one, I need to start a fleet real quick. So let me do that. And then I'm just going to undock over here. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to kind of move a little closer so I get a better warp endpoint. And I'm just going to start sucking up these giant asteroids. This is perfect. There's one little pirate here. He's going to take some pot shots at my hauler, but he's not even going to crack my shields before my miner gets there. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So my mining vessel is now on the way. And we'll be able to laser some rocks here pretty soon. 90% of WoW playtime was mat gathering and auction management. You were rich as fuck. Yeah. Dude, I played around in early WoW with the auction one time. I made an alt, and I was like, dude, I'm just going to pick nothing but gathering professions, and I'm going to try and play the market and just sell all these low things, and as I level up, I'm going to sell every stack. And, dude, I got so fucking rich just with basic, like, buy low, sell high type of shit. Like, I would go and look, and if the market was way down that day, I'd know it would go up because people would buy it up, so I'd wait 2 or 3 days, and then I'd go look, and, oh, now I'm getting, 20% more a stack or whatever. It's time to sell. So I'm going to go ahead and lock up my target as soon as I get out of the warp here. And then we'll launch our drones and send them after this pesky little bastard that is shooting at our hauler friend, which is where? Compared to us? Right over here. Yeah, there you go. You see? There's our hauler, and there's a little fucking pirate doing his thing, so... We'll just send our drones after that. And in the meantime, let's survey scan and see what some of the biggest rocks around here are and start lasering these bitches. Because we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. All right, survey scan popped up here. All right, we're not super close to a lot of shit, so I'm actually going to have to slow boat in a little bit. This is not a great warp in. So I'm just going to do that. And... well, actually, I'll just tell... I'll tell my miner to approach my hauler here. And then I'll tell my hauler to stop. Because it looks like he's good and deep in the belt now. So it's going to take my miner a little while to slow boat over here. Actually, I've got a kind of better warp in here. So here's what I'm going to do instead. Because it'll probably take me 2 minutes to do that. So here's what I'll do. I'll warp to the planet. And then I'm going to warp to that mining spot 1 bookmark that I've got, that I've made for myself, that I forgot I had, which is going to put me right in the belt and let me start lasering these fucks so I don't have to slow boat into range. So we'll warp to the planet and then warp back. Playing with Paul. Why not? Why not Homo? Oh, shit. Did I just leave all my... Yeah, I did. I just left all my drones. That really sucks. Oh, well. I'll have to scoop them again when I go back. I'll have my hauler go scoop them and bring them to me. All right. So, locations, mining spot 1. All right, hold on. What the fuck? Locations. Mining spot 1, warp to 0. Zip, zop, zoobity bop. No, it's okay. I didn't lose them. It's just like they're sitting out there waiting to be picked up. Probably. Either that or it auto scoops. No, it doesn't, because they're not in my bay. Maybe they'll just come back to me when I show back up in the belt. Or maybe I'll have to go scoop them. What's the biggest ship in the game, and can you afford one? So I can show you a picture of one. Let me see if there's market details on an avatar, for example. And no, I cannot fly one. The biggest ships in the game cost about $20,000 IRL. In terms of, in-game money translated into real money. So yeah, here you go. I'll show you a little peek at the avatar here. So this is one of the biggest ships in the game. It's a Titan. It is hard to tell scale-wise, but the ships that I'm flying would be able to fly right up this butthole and barely be visible. It's bigger than the station that you saw me fly out of. So it is the most enormous thing that a player can fly in the game. There's also cool skins for the ships, too. So if you wanted to be the ultimate badass, I think this is probably the skin you'd be flying on your avatar. I don't know, maybe there's a classier one. Anyway, that's the biggest ship you can fly. These are Titan-class ships, and they're huge and really useless on their own and really a liability to fly unless they've got a huge fleet supporting them. Unlike me, who's just kind of sitting in the belt here. What happened to my drones? Are they just gone? I think my drones are just gone. So what I'll do is I'll get to mining, and then I'll just have my guy... Wait. No, there are my drones. Okay, so I'll just have my hauler guy go collect those. No biggie. I just don't... Wait. They don't show up on my overview like they do here. I don't want to have to, like, slow boat over to them. They're 64 kilometers away. I'm sorry, little drones, but... Wait a minute. The Miasmos is... It says I'm way closer to the drones, because I was way closer to the drones. So, hold on. Let me just... Maybe I just have to change my overview settings to include drones. That'll probably do it. I need a drones tab. Tab presets. I want drones, and I want to check everything in here. There we go. Drones, mining drones, salvaging drones, all the drones. Okay, anyway, I should be lasering. I'm just going to lock up a couple of these, and then we'll start hitting them with the laser while I'm fucking around with trying to get these drones back. So I got both my lasers going. That'll start cycling. I got to watch my inventory and dump it before it gets full so I don't waste mining time. So otherwise, I need to start approaching these Acolyte drones that are 23 kilometers away, which is not too bad. I should be able to slow boat over there in relatively no time and then warp away and warp back to the mining spot and give them back to my... Actually, does this... I don't know if this ship has a drone bay, I can just keep them in this ship. Launch them when I need to. But this is what I do. Like, this is my happy space in EVE. I like when I'm in a big fat belt like this that I know has about probably 50 to 75 million ISK worth of just the cheapest mineral in the game. And I'm really highly specialized for it, so I'm flying a really good ship for it. I really want to get a better ship for it. This game is really brown. No, just the area that I'm in is really brown. Maybe after I do a little mining, I'll hop in my ship and show you some of the diversity of systems. This system, Akiva, is my home system, and it happens to be in a nebula that is very gold and brown. And so you get this kind of dusty, and we're in a belt too, so there's this dusty, kind of dirty, debris-filled air. But there are systems that are beautiful in this game, and they're different ways. This just happens to be my home system. To give you an idea of the scale and scope of this game, let me just open the star map and zoom it all the way out. So this is not the entirety of EVE. This is just the entirety of accessible non-wormhole space. And there are over 8,000 systems in EVE, each one of them unique. and huge. So, and that doesn't include wormhole space, which I think doubles it to another 8,000 systems or another 3,000 systems or something like that. It's just insane. Why is the ship bouncing up and down? Is it? I don't know. I think maybe that's just like something they add for visual diversity, or maybe it is the pulse of the engines with these really powerful lasers firing constantly. Maybe there need to be these little engine pulses. Oh yeah, maybe that's what this is. Maybe this is not venting, but just an engine pulse to keep the ship stabilized in place as these very powerful lasers fire. So over here, let me see if I can scoop these. Scoop to drone bay. Okay. I can't, this doesn't have a drone bay, I don't think. So I can do scoop to cargo hold. Okay. That'll work. And I just got to do that 4 fucking times, unfortunately. And then bring it back over. Oh shit. And I need to keep an eye on this. I'm going to go ahead and jettison this so that I can start dumping it in the can. So I just jettisoned a can that somehow has more cargo space than the giant ship that the can got jettisoned out of. It's one of the little tricks in EVE that's always worked, and every miner uses it. You have an implausible cargo container that can hold more more ore than the ship that the cargo container is stored on. Don't ask it to make sense, okay? It doesn't have to. It's space. You don't understand. It's the far future, okay? This is not your granddad's sci-fi shit. Okay. He's 63 km out, so I'm just going to do the planet hop here. And keep dumping my ore in my jet can. Do you ever go to or see planets? Yeah, I can pull up my hauler here as he's going to the planet, and I'll show you one of the planets. We're heading to Akiva 1. I'm not sure what kind of planet it is, actually. So I guess we'll see. I'm just doing this because it'll be faster than slow boating over to the position of my miner, which I need to be. So it looks like Akiva 1 is an Earth-like planet, which is kind of cool. You can see some cities. As we slow down here, you'll get a better idea. Whoa, I barely missed that fucking depot. But it's pretty cool. I think that's pretty. The cities do, if you watch them, the clouds move. They're simulated very well. You can see the night side of the planet has cities visible on it and shit. Pretty cool. So now I'm going to just warp back to my good friend, the miner. And it's just about time for me to dump this hold again into the can. So this is like it's not a great game to stream, but it might be for me because I can just talk while I do this. Like I don't have to explain to you guys what's going on and shit. You know, I can just like have a normal Highdeology, but also, you know, just kind of chill and play this game and have the aesthetic of a spaceship instead of my ugly, bearded, shirtless body. You know what I mean? Which, you know, I don't care what you feel about it, I'd rather look at. Let's see. Cargo container. Can I open it from here? Yes, I can. Okay, good. So what I'm going to start doing now is I'm just going to load the ore that I'm mining from my mining vessel into this very specialized hauling vessel. that is meant specifically to transport ore. So it holds a lot. Let me give my mining ship a bump here. Just for the fun of it. But yeah, you can see my mining vessel or my hauling vessel up here in range of the jet can that I'm mining into. Oh yeah, I also need to pass these into the jet can, so let's do that so I can pass them to the ship they belong on. These are my poor little abandoned drones that I went and got, so I'm giving them back to the mining ship that they belong on. And then I'm going to take the ore and move it out. So now I should be able to open my drone bay here. And you know what? Since I'm feeling kind of saucy, maybe I'll launch my mining drones too. You cannot load or unload from the drone bay while in space. Well, isn't that a shame? You would think you could. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to have to hold on to these or fly my mining barge back so that I can put my drones on. So that kind of sucks. Oh, shit. And I started flying away. All right. Do you ever wonder what life exists on the farthest reaches of the universe? I mean, sure. Who doesn't? Who doesn't wonder what kind of weird alien pussy and butthole there is out there to fuck? I know I do. What kind of alien strange is out there just waiting to be culturally engaged with, if you know what I mean. I take the Captain Kirk kind of model and take it to heart. Because he was all about exploration, but really it was the exploration of all those alien chicks that he was into. The asteroid's depleted. Well, isn't that a shame? That means I have to target another asteroid. First sexual contact. That's right. It is amazing. That's another reason I like this game. Is like it really is a reminder, because it's not like a one-to-one simulation of what being in space would be like. But these you have to understand, these ships are huge. Like a human being, like in fact, some of these ships have crews of hundreds of human beings. You just play the pilot, you know. And so like the enormity of just what I'm flying here is humbling. And then when I zoom back and I see that my ship here in the foreground gets very small, but these giant asteroids that are farther away don't, and just the appreciation of the enormity of those, and then just knowing that those are dwarfed by the star that's in this system, by the planets and the moons that are in this system, and how we relate size-wise to all of that. I mean, it really kind of like, this game kind of like puts me in the mood for that sort of thing, You know what I mean? You know, and I'm actually going to do you guys a favor. And I'm going to turn up the music so that you can hear the cool ambient sounds of Eve. As we sit and enjoy the belt together. Like none of this human shit kind of matters kind of mood. That's why I love this game. It makes me dream for the possibility that humanity might reach something like this someday. It makes me feel like all of the problems that we're facing here that are very pertinent and immediate are small. And that's really what escapism should be. You know, I play this game when I feel like, you know what? Like, reality's a little much right now. You know, I'd like to remain with one foot planted in theoretical reality, but I'd also like to get away from my current problems and maybe have a different set of problems for a while. Maybe dream about living a totally different kind of life in some far-flung theoretical future for humanity where I'm this hauler guy, you know, or I'm this miner guy that... that's my job, you know. I live on this station most of the time, and you know, I pop these asteroids, or I haul for the guy that does. Okay, so one of these should be pretty fucking much done. Okay, it's that one. That one's just one cycle left on it. Wait, no. What happened here? I'm trying to kill all these asteroids. I don't want them sitting here, man. Let's survey scan this shit again, because that don't make no sense. Okay, well, whatever. DMCA incoming? I don't think so. People stream Eve a lot. So, about to do a couple of bowls. Cheers. Well, I'll join you, man. Seems like the perfect time. Although taking my eye off the prize may mean that some intrepid pirate hops into this belt and blows me up. But whatever, I'm willing to risk it. What's life without a little risk? Even if it's a fake future life. A cheers, a cheers, a cheers to those of you that are still chilling. Sometimes we have different vibes on the show. We had a pretty animated show for most of the show today. But it was time for me to wind down, and this is one of the ways I do it. I laser beam asteroids. One of those rocks could contain a dormant alien virus. It could. That is true. So I'm pretty sure we're about to get to see a pretty spectacular explosion. Because I'm pretty sure when this laser stops cycling, this big boy is done, which means he's going to evaporate into the nothingness. Oh no, it wasn't him. It was this one. Well, darn. Well, that's what they look like. Isn't that cool? This guy will be gone soon enough. But in the meantime, we need to get our laser on this other guy. Oh, he's too far away. That's okay. We can do a little approach. Won't take us too far. And I can always have our hauler follow. So no big deal there. Let's go ahead and stop the ship there. That should be close enough. In that cycle. Let's jettison this shit. Ploop. And then we'll start this up again here. Laser in some big ass asteroids. The game I play closest to this is Animal Crossing. I like to fish in that game. I used to play RuneScape and fish as well and cast magic, yeah. I mean, for me, this is just like a really, like, you have to pay attention, but not really. You know what I mean? Kind of, sort of. The more attention you pay, the less likely you already lose your ships. But I have enough money to where losing a ship is just like an annoyance to me more than anything. Just go buy another one. So it's a game I can kind of relax and just kind of unwind to, and I like that. I like those types of games. I like simulation kind of games, and these more complex kind of sim type of games really attract me a lot. You have any nostalgia for 90s DOS games like TIE Fighter and X-Wing, Seventh Guest? For sure, dude. Yeah, early 90s PC games were pretty cool. Mech Warrior. I wonder what streams Paul tunes to relax and play a chill game. I follow a number of people on Twitch, just like all of them very, very fucking chill. Oh, man. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I am going to, unfortunately, warp back to the station. With what I've got in my holds. I'll leave my hauler out here and maybe just warp back to him, because I've got to put my fucking drones back on. Because I left them, and now I can't do anything about it until I go back to station and refit them and shit. So I'll just do that, because there's a pirate in the belt again, another little asshole needling me for no reason. I've done nothing to him to deserve what he's doing to me. And I think he knows that he has no chance. Like, look what he's doing. Here's what he's up to. And we can look at this guy, too. Let's get a look at this little prick. There he is. Look at him. He's shooting lasers at me, and it looks like there's missiles, too, that come out every once in a while. And he's really just... he's just here to be a nuisance, you know? Alright, so let me dock up and undock so this little nuisance doesn't destroy me. He looks like a space pirate from a cheesy 90s movie. He's a Sancha, so that makes sense. He kind of is that. The Sanchas, the lore behind them, as I understand it, and I'm not real deep into the lore of this game, but if you like lore, this game is fucking brimming with it. The Sanchas, I think they worship some dude that was all about, like, genetic experimentation, but it was like unethical, eugenics, that type of shit. And so he was made into a pirate, and he has these fanatical kind of bioengineered followers that fly his planes and shit. So let's see here. Here's what I'm hoping. Okay, yeah. These need to go to the drone bay. So get in there. 1, 2, a 3, and a 4. And we're ready to go. Anyway, do new players have to scavenge before they're established? No. Eve is actually one of the best, like, well, it's a tough game, so you have to be committed to like learning all its little quirks and ins and outs and shit. But Eve is like, you can start doing pretty much anything in Eve on day one. So if you really want to be a miner, you can be in a mining ship on day one. There's a whole like little tutorial mission that you can do that'll teach you how to do it, and you can start making money day one doing that. If you want to do exploration or combat, like, you can jump right into Eve. You just can't fly the big bad ships, you know. You won't. It'll take you a month or two to get into this ship, and probably another month to really fly it well, like I do, to, you know, max out your skills on it. So you're pulling in a good yield, and you're maxing out. You're minimizing the amount of time it takes you to gobble up ore, right? That's the idea. Is Goon Squad still a thing? To be honest with you, I don't know. I assume they are in some shape or form still a thing, but I actually used to be in Goon Swarm. Well, not in Goon Swarm directly, but I was in a corp that it was a subsidiary of Goon Swarm. And I did the kind of high-end stuff in this game, the big fleet battles. I used to do scouting and logistics for Goon Swarm. And I did that for a little bit, and I kind of got bored with it. So I'm going to go ahead and launch these drones, because fuck these guys, man. Now he's shooting my mining ship? Are you crazy? You must be crazy. Let's watch him get blown up by my fucking drones. Dude, you're done for, bro. Oh, wait. My drones aren't on him. Well, let's take care of that. There you go. Ruh-roh. And in the meantime, I can fucking scan down and lock up my asteroids again. Unfortunate, but true. There he goes. He's dead. No more little spiky pirate. I'm going to go ahead and not make the mistake that I made last time, and I'm going to go ahead and scoop my drones now so that I don't forget them. Lock up the Veldspar that's left out here. Get our lasers back on it. I only ever heard about them, Swarm. Yeah, I mean, Goon Swarm was fun if you like to be into that big kind of like multiplayer stuff, but I found it wasn't for me. I like this solitary, chill shit where I'm really only every once in a while faced with another player who can do anything to me. And when they do, it doesn't really set me back much, just time mostly. But here's how skills work in Eve. It's kind of different from other MMOs. Other MMOs, you kind of pick a class and then you kind of get skills as you level. Or you kind of get skill by doing things. In Eve, you get skills by training it. You can see my training queue here. Mining upgrades 5 or industrial 1, 2, and 3. This is to fly a big bad mining ship that I want to fly. And it's going to take me, for this whole queue, it's going to take me 88 days. But to get into that ship and fly it really well, about 18 days from now. And you set the skills up and they train whether you're logged in or not. So that's kind of cool. And they just have a certain amount of time it takes for you to get another skill level. And as you get into the more need some boosts, I can park my orca nearby. No, I'm just not going to answer this person. I feel kind of bad. This person tried to reach out to me and wants to bring their big boost ship out here and make it faster, but I really don't want to deal with it because I'm not going to be around. I don't want to waste her time, so I'm not planning on staying out here on the belt all day. Oh, there's a big one that's about to explode. Yeah. Evaporate. I have reduced you to dust. Whatever. What's the most expensive ship in Eve? Probably those Titans I showed you earlier. Like I said, when you translate the amount of ISK, which is the in-game currency in Eve, it's short for interstellar currency, ISK. When you translate that ISK into money, which you can do in Eve because there's actually a cash economy in Eve, it's something like $22,000 or something is what they cost in real life money. And they represent a pretty big investment by a lot of people over a long period of time to be real. So haven't finished it yet, but the new DFF is one of the best episodes of anything you guys have made. I usually watch for the last, but I feel like I genuinely learned something. Great episode so far. I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you're not like just reacting to the fact that we had an argument or whatever, and you're actually listening to the arguments that are being made and shit. Because one of the disheartening things about that episode is me and TJ came out of that episode and we were like, wow, man, that was great. It felt great to like get heated and really dig into that, and I think people are really going to like it. And then I look at it and a lot of people are just like, they're not really, I don't know, I feel like they're not really paying attention to what was said, and they're just all focused on who was salty and who beat who and who yelled too much, and Paul is dumb and TJ's dumb, and it's just like, kind of sucks. But you know what I mean, that's the vocal minority that leaves a comment. Your average person that watches our videos never leaves a comment, like, or a subscription, never engages with the content in any way. And that's true of our patrons, too. The average patron doesn't comment on patron posts, doesn't like them. They just show up and watch what they like. And they quietly do that, and they don't participate in the community. So we've got this very small kind of like microcosm of people. But the way some of them have reacted, some of them seem jazzed by the episode, which is exciting to me, but some of them seem to be like, oh, this episode sucks, Paul fucking sucks, Paul got salty, and I hate this episode, they just fight for no reason, blah blah. And it's just like, man, people are so uncomfortable with people having passion anymore. And that's really all that happened in the episode, is like TJ and I displayed some passion for our arguments, and it makes people uncomfortable. And so you get this whole like weird like, oh man, Paul was salty, TJ was mean, TJ was wrong, Paul was right. Like they can't just be like, I don't know, Let me make up my own idea on this shit. Like that doesn't work for them. They're not interested in that shit. And it's funny too, there was a bunch of comments that were like, dude, Paul and TJ, I think it's over. I think this is the beginning of the end, man. Like this episode right here, it's actually worrisome, guys. I think they're not getting along anymore. I think there's like something else going on. We filmed that episode that came out today like 3 months ago. We filmed like over 40 episodes together since then. It's just hilarious. Like it's funny the assumptions people have to put on it, and they can't just like listen. You know what I mean? They can't just like listen to the arguments that were made and set aside the passion and listen to the fucking words, and they just got to focus on the, oh my God, they fucking fought. Oh, they said harsh things to each other a couple times. Oh my God, y'all. Whoa, what's going on now? Whoa. And it's like, I really liked that episode because I think it was a really good, substantive discussion between me and TJ, who don't disagree on much. And this is one of the few things we do, and we got heated and passionate about it, and people are just focusing on that, not the actual argument, which was the interesting part to me. But it is what it is, dude. You can't, there's no accounting. You guys give me a sec. I'm going to let this run and risk getting blown up, because I'm going to go crack my window and put my fan in it, because it's morning and fresh out there, and I just want to kind of get that cigarette smell out of here. So give me a sec. All right. There we go. Much better. I'm going to bed. Good night. Good night, Negan. See ya. I got one complaint about the episode since COVID, and it's just the robot voices. Yeah, dude. I mean, it happens. It seems to happen to Scotty a lot more than it happens to anybody else. So there's something, I think, going on with Scotty's settings and stuff. He's playing with it. We'll get to the bottom of it. I actually think that if you listen to the debate, me and TJ are pretty clear. I mean, every once in a while, it gets a little fuzzy for somebody, but it's kind of the nature of VoIP and online shit. It's like sometimes people don't sound as clear as they can, and it's one of the downsides to not being able to really safely be together in the same room and take advantage of that. But I think we're getting better at it, and I think that as time goes on, we'll get better and better at presenting a show that sounds better, from a distance, and it's really all we can do safely. It's on every podcast, not just yours. Well, any podcast that has, uses Discord or Zoom or whatever the fuck. Yeah. I mean, people are going to drop, people are going to robot out sometimes. It just happens. He was drowning out you and TJ in the Worst Jobs episode. Honestly, he was on fire in that one, though. Yeah, I mean, leveling has been a thing too, which is, you know, it's just a constant thing. Like, you got 3 different people. We're all on the same hardware, and we really try our best to get everything the same, but, you know, we just haven't gotten there yet. Sometimes shit gets bumped, or people change settings, and then they're too hot or too not, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to tell you. We're actually going to remedy this. We've got this program where we're each going to independently record our audio, and then it's automatically going to sync that audio for the editor before we send it to them, so that all the files are ready to be just dropped into the video file, so that they can use cuts from the file that was recorded on my computer and TJ's computer and Scotty's computer. So in the instances where somebody's doing a soliloquy, like a long speech or a rant or whatever, we can use the local file, which is always going to sound better than the file that's, you know, getting chopped by bitrate. Well, that's one of the upsides of this kind of shooting schedule that we have, where we've been committed to pre-recording all these shows. One of the reasons for that is you have to do that in order to get the kind of editing done that we want to get done on the show. And so we had to get ahead of the game, and now the editors have time to get a backlog of edited shows, and we keep adding to that pile as we go. And that's, you know, kind of the flow of the business. And so, yeah, us doing what we've done in this 3 months of COVID has enabled the show to be more edited, more polished, and hopefully at the end of that sound better for you guys once we implement what I was talking about. Always curious. Post show, how much technical stuff do you guys still have to do before you pack it in? What do you mean? Like, in total, when you're talking about editing the episode or prepping the episode for release or scheduling out, or are you talking about like before we all say, hey, bye, see you tomorrow? Like, if you'll kind of narrow it down for me, I can answer that better. I guess I can just answer for both. So we have other people that do a lot, and we're moving even closer towards that because we're filming a lot more to stay ahead of the game. So we've got one editor hired. We're looking to hire probably 2 or 3 more. By mid 2021, we should have about 3 editors working for us on various properties and that kind of shit. So we spit it out to them. Taylor has been handling a lot of this stuff. Shit gets processed, uploaded, and scheduled for release. If you're talking about like shows done, depends on the day. Some days we shoot so long that really none of us want to fucking talk anymore. So at the end of it, we're like, all right, guys, when are we meeting next? All right, I'll see you then. You know, you need me, just give me a text. And sometimes we have long ass fucking meetings before or after a show. How did the editors know what reference you're talking about on the show when they add images and clips in? We hired, at least the first editor we've hired is familiar with our content, but any competent editor is going to need to be able to listen to the show and then find the images and references that are funny and relevant and incorporate them. That's his job.
And it's a job that if we were responsible for, we wouldn't be able to get ahead of the game, and we would be delivering these fucking episodes like the day we filmed them, which for the first year of DFF, it was so absurd. And I mean, I don't mean absurd. I'm not pointing any fingers. We all did it, but we treated the show like it was a live stream when it wasn't for like a year. Where it was like, we would all get together on a Monday, which is pleb day, right? And we would film the plebisode. And we would real quick slap the fucking intro on it. And then throw it up as quick as we could. And then Wednesday, we would do the same thing for Flash Fried. And then Friday, we'd do the same thing for the Patron episode. And it was like, why are we doing this? Why are we treating this like we're live streaming a show? Oh, it was definitely that. It was definitely like, had to do with the fact that we were all really used to shooting DP, which was ultimately usually a live show. And we kind of conceived of Deep Fat Fried as being a live show at first, but quickly figured out that it was not worth it. You know what, dude? There's people in local saying they're gonna attack miners and shit and asking like which belts to avoid. So I'm gonna go ahead and just park. Like I'm not gonna risk this shit. Maybe I'll show you guys like what exploration is like, because it looks like you can read over here in local. There's somebody saying, "Hey Raz Koenig, what belt are you in? Just so can I avoid it?" And then she says, "I'll be attacking them all today." So, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and take my fucking happy ass back home and dock up all this ore that I've managed to pull out of this belt and not lose my ships. How about that? And I'll get in my fast, cloaky little ship and we'll go find a wormhole and we'll go in it, see what we find. Yeah, the jig's up, man. Like, I don't know why you would talk about that shit in local. People bought mining a lot. And so she probably expects me to just be, like, botting and sitting there for hours and hours doing nothing. But I actually, like, watch a little bit. So I'm definitely going to read local if it's blowing up and people are tagging me in it and shit. So, for now, I'm just going to dump the ore that I've got in my corp hanger so I can reprocess it later. I just did a big reprocessing of a bunch of ore. And, so I don't have tons. What does attacking ships do aside from destroying them? Do they get the loot you had? Yeah, you'll drop some of your cargo. But really, for a lot of the people that gank in the area that I'm in, this is like called high sec. So this is supposed to be a pretty safe area because when somebody attacks you in high sec, the police, the NPC police, start warping towards you and will blow you up. So what these guys do, it's not really even to make money. It's just to piss people like me off that are just playing quietly, which I'm fine with. I'm not bitching about it. It's part of Eve. It's like they fit a ship that's pretty cheap, that if they lose it, it's not going to cost them much. They fit it so that it can do a ton of damage really quick. They blow me up, and then the police show up, and they blow them up. And the only loser is really me, because they lost a really cheap ship with a really cheap fit, and I lost a mining barge, which costs, 30, 40 million. So I'm gonna go ahead and just like switch this main character over, and I'll log off of my miner because there's really no point. And I'll switch the main character over here, and I'll dump my ore in the corporation hangar like I did with the other guy. We'll save all that up. And hey, anytime you get out with all your shit and your ship, you got to consider that a victory. So there That's in Division 1. It's ready to go. I'll switch over to my cloaky ship now. You guys have seen me flying these big, slow pieces of shit. But when I first started playing this game, I was really obsessed with flying as fast as I could. I wanted to be fast, hard to catch. I wanted to do scouting, and that's what I did for a while. And that really culminated in this ship. So this is a Cheetah. Doesn't look like much. It's very small, very inconspicuous, very lightweight little craft, but also very, very agile and specialized for really not being able to be blown up. So if I get destroyed in this ship, it's because I'm stupid. And let me show you why. Let me show you the main reason why. The Cheetah is one of a few specialized ships in EVE that can fit a covert ops cloaking device, which I've got to be away from the station to hit. So let me just turn on the afterburners here, give that a pulse, and then I'll show you guys why this ship is so fucking dope. So I'm functionally invisible in this ship. I hit the cloak on my screen. This is the effect. On everybody else's screen, it means I don't show up. Unless they're within 3,000 meters of me, I'm functionally invisible. And now you can do that on any ship in EVE. You can get a cloaking device, but the ship has to be stopped. I can warp while cloaked. So, for example, I want to go to a planet so I can start scanning. So I'm going to say warp within 100 kilometers of this planet. Any other ship would come out of cloak here while it's aligning. My ship doesn't. My ship aligns almost instantly, and it warps faster than almost any ship in the game. So it would have taken the mining barge way longer to get to this planet than it took this ship. So it's just a super duper fast ship. There are no real alien races in the game. In this game, basically, the lore is humanity went through what's called the Eve Gate. They found some ancient technology, presumably alien. They went through it to explore, and then it closed behind them, and they found themselves in some distant, far-flung part of the galaxy. And basically, it borrows from Dune in that over the millennia, humanity had to relearn spaceflight and split up into tribes, basically. And so there are a number of different kind of races of human in the game, but there are no aliens, really. It's like the Amarians, the Minmatar, the Galente, and the... what's the last one? There's 4. Each one has its own politics. Like the Amar are super religious slavers. And the people that they used to enslave are the Minmatar, and they continue to enslave the Minmatar in their core worlds. And so the Minmatar are like freed slaves who have made their own way and invented their own tech and made their own ships. The Galente are kind of like the French. They're kind of like the liberals of the universe. And then the last one's the Kaldari. And the Kaldari are like the Republicans. They're like the industrialists and the warmongers and the militarists and the expansionists and the empire builders, etc. So that's the big conflict in the game. There are some of the, but it doesn't really affect you as a pilot. Like you pick a race, but you're not barred from going into Amarian systems unless you participate in the PV or PVE content and you get a bad standing there. But for me, I have no interest in the combat in this game, so I'm in good standing with everybody. I can fly wherever I want, basically. And with this ship, I can really fly wherever I want, even in the player-owned areas of space that are usually heavily policed and camped. And this is an infiltrator ship. So, like I said, if I get caught in this ship, it's because I'm real dumb. So I'm going to launch my probes now. So the first thing we've got to do is try and scan down a wormhole. That's the first order of business. And there's not a lot of signatures here, which is not a good sign. Not a great chance that we're going to find a wormhole. But, you know, we'll give it the old college try. And I would explain what's going on here to you guys, but there's really no point. It's one of those like little weird systems within Eve that you've just got to learn, and it makes sense once you learn it, but it takes a while to get familiar with it. You know what I mean? Basically, what I'm doing is triangulating the position of something in space that my scanners can pick up, but I need specialized equipment to scan those down. It's like secret pirate sites can be out here, wormholes. And really what I've got to do is pick a signature like I'm doing now and slowly but surely lower the size of my probe so that that center probe area is stronger. That's the basic explanation. And as I narrow it down, it'll get closer to solved. I'm heavily specialized in scanning, so this takes me way less time than it takes like a new person who starts this. So this one is a combat site. This has nothing for me, so I'm going to say ignore that result. We'll move to this other one and try and snag it and its friend. Your quest is complete. The blue skeleton returns. Damn, Blue Noble, you're back, bro. Thank you for the $5 and welcome back. I'm glad that you found the Holy Grail, I guess. What were you off looking for again? Some clip of mine? Or was it, or am I thinking of somebody else? Well, wherever you returned from, it's good to have you back, my friends. Oh, that's right. You were looking for a clip. All right, check it out. We got lucky. There's a wormhole in the system. So I'm going to go ahead and, well, actually, I'll scan that one down too because there might be 2 wormholes in the system. That's possible. But we've got at least one wormhole right here in our home system, which just makes this pretty easy for us. Seek and ye shall find. Was it me making a hot take or something that might come true? What were you looking for? What was the idea? Seems like one of those games with a giant learning curve. It really is. But it's rewarding if you take the time to learn all its little systems because it's very sandboxy. You can do pretty much anything you want. Yeah, something scandalous, dude. He's going to Me Too me. He's got me on tape saying horrible things to other content creators like, you have to come suck my dick if you want advertisement on Deep Fat Fried. It was the clip where you said you only need to look at history to know Trump is going to win again. Well, that's a pretty hot take. My ass is out in the wind on that one, but hey, dude, if it comes true, it's going to be good to have. You know what I mean? So thank you for your quest. I mean, from what you can see in the media and from the polling and from the talking heads, it looks like Biden's going to walk away from this, but that seems all too familiar to me, so I'm glad you found it. Okay, well, fuck this other cosmic signature. We found our wormhole, so we're done with that. I can pull back my probes now, and we can go warp in and see what we can find. The tape has Paul cornholing Vosh while Vosh holds a Biden ballot. See, you heard wrong. It's actually me cornholing Vosh with a bunch of rolled up Biden ballots. So at least get it right if you're going to go spreading scuttlebutt. I rolled up a bunch of Biden votes, and instead of putting them in the mail like I was supposed to, I put them in Vosh's ass. All right, I have to remember to do things right when I'm in wormholes. So one of the first things you want to do when you're in a wormhole is always mark your spots. So WH out is how I mark the way out, because if you don't, you have to scan this fucking wormhole down again. You can't get out, and that's bad news bears. So now I've got it marked. I don't got to worry about that shit. So now I'm going to warp to a random planet within 50 km. I'm going to go ahead and launch the probes while I'm doing that, and then hit my fucking cloak so nobody in here can see me. Did I not launch my probes? I really hope I launched my probes. Let's see. Yeah, I did. Okay, we're good. So now basically I have to do the same thing I did when I was scanning down the wormhole. But the difference is I'm in an uncharted area of space where I cannot see who's in local. I cannot see how many people are here. This might be a system where there's nobody and might not be anybody for days. And this might be a system that is heavily, heavily fortified and occupied. This might be a system that's on a route that's like being roamed very actively by people who are looking for people like me, who are looking to capitalize on the stuff you can find out here if you're specialized for this shit. You're going to go shit in your fist? Well, good night, buddy. So yeah, I got to probe the hole, man. I got to use my probes to find the fucking riches. And then I got to go in there and I got to get the goddamn riches before somebody finds me and blows me up and leaves me ass out to the wind. Okay. Let's start with you. Biden being America's only hope is a truly sorry state of affairs. It truly is. But, I mean, I agree with some of these, like, pragmatists and harm reduction voters that, like, he is, like, they will tell you over and over again, like, it's a big revelation, like, well, yeah, but he's the choice we've got. And I'm like, yeah, you know, I agree, I guess, with that, but I don't know why that means we got to roll over Derek Jensen 2020. Dude, he would never run for fucking president. And I don't think I'd vote for Derek Jensen for president either. I don't know that he would make the best of presidents, to be honest with you. Jensen would make tree chopping punishable by death. Yeah, he might. Oh, cool. Look, it's the exact kind of site that I'm looking for. It's a relic site. So that's neat. So I'll definitely want to scan this down and get in there quick and get it exploited and then come back to my safe spot here and keep scanning. So we'll see if I can get it scanned down here. Shouldn't be. I should just need one more. It almost finished there, and I've got one more level of power to go. So these sites can be really hard to find when you're new, and so this kind of stuff is not as accessible as some of the other shit when you're brand new to the game. Okie dokie. We found our relic site. Bring the labor movement to the stars. That's right. Unionize the mineral reclamation force, dude. We've been putting our lives on the line against pirates and, oh, well. This kind of sucks because I don't have, this thing doesn't have a gun on it, dude. Like, this ship is not a combat ship. So all these pirates that are in here guarding this means that it's pretty much inaccessible to me, which sucks. But what are you going to do? All you can do is try and find another wormhole and go deeper. Honestly, reading my comment just now was way surreal. Was it? You know what I could do? Maybe I need to fucking nut up. Let's look at the market real quick. This is part of the fun of Eve. What if I bought an Astero? Would I be able to like kill that bunch of things? So this ship is not quite as fast as mine. Doesn't have the scanning bonuses that mine does, but it's got a drone bay on it. And I could fill it with a bunch of drones and just launch it out there and let them kill those pirates and fly around so fast they can't kill me. And then I could actually exploit that fucking site. This is a pretty cool looking fucking ship too. And if I'm smart about this shit, I might even be able to do one better. What's the cruiser variant of the Astero? I'll just have to look at it. I know it's a cruiser, so. Okay, what the fuck happened? Market, please. Oh, wait, there is no regional market because I'm in the fucking wormhole. So I have, oh my God. It's a Sisters of Eve ship, I think. Ship equipment. God damn it. I'm only going to play for a little bit, I know, and here I am like 2 hours later. That's Eve for you. So the Astero, can I not find out what the cruiser variant is from here? I mean, come on. Come on, buddy. Come on. Yeah, of course there's no market details. That's not what I care about. I'm just looking for description. It's not going to be in here. Because I could fly this ship now. I don't know. Better than these streams. Only the pessimistic streams. What? The reason they get so mad at you is because they know Biden is weak. Their mouths say you're helping Trump. Their minds say just let feel good. I don't want to reduce everybody to that. I think there's some people that genuinely think I'm wrong, and maybe they're right. Maybe I am wrong. I don't know. But I do think there are a lot of people that get mad because I just won't go with the flow. And usually I'm not the type of guy that like won't go with the flow just to be an asshole. I won't go with the flow this time because I believe the flow is taking us down the path of fucking destruction. I think going with the flow this election cycle is kicking the can for 48 years. And I don't think we got 48 years to start doing some shit. So I would rather see leftists in this country give it up to fucking Trump for a couple of election cycles and vote third party and show the DNC that we're not going to accept their shit. That's just where I stand. That's the big difference between me and everybody else. All the people that are mad at me. Like, all the people that write, like, fucking long-ass screeds about how dumb I am. Like, that's the big difference. They think that voting for Biden is overall a minorly good thing. And I think overall it's a bad thing that perpetuates a cycle of leftism, like settling for corporate candidates and then pretending like during that corporate candidate's reign they're going to take the opportunity to make leftism stronger. And in actuality, they do jack shit. They talk a big game, and then they go to sleep afterwards for another 48 years. And I just don't want to see that happen again. Like, I don't want to see Vosh have to be me in 10 years. You know what I mean? I don't want to see TJ have to realize in 5 or 6 years that, like, holy shit, man, we really are dicking around here. And I'd rather they come around to it now and admit it now. And I'm fine with them going ahead and voting, but I just wanted admission from them that this is the last time they're going to do it. We got to pull the plug. Like, so I want to hear from these guys that, like, okay, yeah, we're going to do this, but we realize that this is what led to Trump. This is what led to corporatism in this country. This is what led to the corporate takeover of our democratic republic. This is what led to the rot that allowed our infrastructure to go to shit. This is what allowed to the fucking racial injustice that's driven the Black Lives Matter protest. It's all driven by this settling for the lesser of two evils. And that's all I want to hear from these guys, is we're going to vote for Joe Biden, and we are not going to allow the left to go to sleep. And we're going to take total responsibility if it does. And we're not going to make the same mistake again. Like, if these people were willing to tell me that, I'd shut the fuck up. But they're not, because a lot of them, and I'm not saying Vosh or TJ are like this or anybody really, but I'm just saying that a lot of these people that come at me, they don't really want things to get better. They want things to go back to normal. They want to feel safe again. And they think they're going to be safer under a Joe Biden administration. And that's erroneous, I think, but I can understand the self-preservation instinct behind some of the people that don't like me. But, you know, I don't know, dude. I've just been through the fucking ringer, bro. I've seen it too many times. I've made the devil's bargain too many times and watched these people that were supposed to be harm reduction votes do more harm. It was like Obama was, like, for me, his second term was a harm reduction vote, because I saw what he was during his first term. I didn't want to vote for him, and I just couldn't do it, because I knew that he wasn't going to reduce harm. He was going to increase it, and he did. In his second term, he just increased the drone strikes. The Flint debacle happened in his second term. He's turned his back on the people at Standing Rock in his second term and sent the federal tanks. So, you know what I mean? It's just a little bit of history repeating, you know? I was 16 when Obama was elected. He was supposed to legalize, rumor had it, and gave up after that. I don't blame you. I mean, how many times do you need to be lied to, you know? And carrying the water for these fucks is damaging. Kick the can is damaging. When I bring that up to people that make the pro harm reduction vote argument, I'm assured up and down that this time it's different, that the left is going to come. You know, a Biden administration is actually going to awaken the left, and the left is going to use this time to strengthen and really get some progressives going. And I'm sorry, dude. I hope that happens. I really do. I'm not wishing against that, but I gotta tell you, dude, it sounds like a fucking fantasy to me. Because based on historical precedent, what happens is the left cares during a presidential election and sometimes during the midterms, and then goes to sleep otherwise. Doesn't organize from the community level up, doesn't talk any tactics other than a continued electoral reform from the inside, and that's a dead end game. And I just don't want to see smart people get fucking stuck in it forever like I had to be. It took me a long time to learn that it was a dead end game. You know, I spent a lot of my 20s being really politically active and passionate. And it was all for naught, bro. I'm trying to save people that disappointment, you know. As somebody who has already voted, I completely understand why someone wouldn't want to vote. I feel like a bunch of people who urge you to go vote, except for a few, think that shaming is a good strategy. Well, it really isn't for me. Like, I don't get shamed into shit. Like, I'm just a really kind of naturally obstinate personality. And I think maybe a lot of people don't know that about me. Or maybe they're used to people being more pliable or something. But to my own detriment, sometimes I'm very implacable. I don't take kindly or well to people coming at me sideways and shit. And I will not be shamed into being like you and acting like you and towing your line like that. It goes against how I was raised. You know, I was not raised to be a pushover. I was not raised to listen credulously to everybody as they spoke. I was raised to be a skeptic, and I was raised to walk my own path and to trust my own judgment and to listen to my own counsel. And I do that very, very, very often. So people are really, if they think they're going to shame me into going, oh, all right, guys, we'll get out there. It's already too late for me. Deadline is passed for me to register to fucking vote by mail here in Louisiana. So, like, a lot of them are just fucking wasting their time. But most of them aren't really coming at me trying to get me to vote. They're making the same arguments over and over again about how Biden is going to be possibly marginally better than Trump on this, that, or the other thing. And when I bring up anything to the contrary, like, okay, well, what if Biden is better than Trump on trans issues, but worse than Trump on war issues? They'll be like, well, what do you mean? Be like, well, one of the things you have to give Trump is that he has not started a new war, which is, you know, he's the first American president in a long time that hasn't started at least a new theater of war. The dude I was talking to when I was having this talk didn't even know Barack Obama started a war. He tried to call me on that. Barack Obama never started a war. He never invaded a new country. He just continued. I was like, have you ever heard of Libya? He's like, he didn't invade Libya. I was like, yes, he did. Oh, went and looked it up, and he was like, well, you know, like, but you know, and so it's always an excuse, and it's just like, well, why is the material conditions for trans people more important than the lives of brown people overseas who are having their homes bombed for profit, who are carrying the limp bodies of their little dead children away from rubble every fucking week? Like, I'm sorry, I empathize for trans people, I really do, and I support trans rights 100%. I think they should be treated, you know, with respect and dignity just like anybody else. But come on now. Like, are you going to tell me that trans rights is automatically more important than the bodies of children littering the Middle East because of our presence there? Like, I'm sorry, I don't know what calculus you're doing to come to that arrangement, but if you really want it, like Vosh is always talking about cold utilitarian calculus, right? There are fewer trans people in the country than are killed by American military interventionism every year. So you're talking about a tiny segment of the population here in America and saying that, well, you know, yeah, Biden might be a warmonger, but all that's going to cost is the bodies of a bunch of brown people overseas so that our trans people can serve in the military. By the way, that's really the trans right that is under threat under Biden. That you'll hear people talk about like it's like he wants to fucking have trans people rounded up and thrown in jail or something. No, the right that he has credibly threatened and might credibly take away from trans people is the right to serve in our American military and die in foreign wars for profit for American military industrial corporations. I mean, I think it's important that they have that right. I don't want to diminish it, but let's be real here. It's not exactly like they're being relegated to fucking drink from different fountains from everybody else or whatever. They're being denied the privilege of getting their legs blown off in Iraq or Afghanistan or Syria or Libya. You know what I mean? So let's be real here. So is that really worth the lives of all the third world people that are going to be fucked over under Biden? Both by his bombing campaigns and his continued support of corporations that exploit the third world like slave labor. It's like this harm reduction shit falls apart at the seams for me, dude. And nobody wants to hear that shit. It's like when I tell them that the harm reduction vote didn't work out too well for the people in Flint, it's like their brains turn off. I'm like, people that voted for Obama for a second term for harm reduction reasons really fucked over the people of Flint, didn't they? You're like, what are you talking about? Well, Obama showed up in fucking Flint, sipped a glass of water, and pretended it was safe instead of helping those people, and they're still drinking leaded water. So that harm reduction vote might have helped somebody over here in Poughkeepsie, Illinois or something feel a little better about being gay, but every resident of fucking Flint, Michigan is still sucking down lead water. So it really wasn't a harm reduction vote for them, was it? And it's a non-starter with these people. You know, it was because even if those people were hurt, if it was Trump, it would have been those people plus like a, and then they give you an arbitrary number, and it always shrinks as you talk too. I've done a lot of these talks recently, and I'm just venting. The arbitrary number always shrinks as you talk. So it's like, let's say Trump is going to kill 10 million people and Biden's going to kill 9. And I'll be like, okay, we'll go with that. And as the talk goes on, it's like, what if Trump's going to kill like 1,000 people and Biden's going to kill like 999? It's still better to vote for Biden. And I'm like, well, I guess the other 999 people that would die under Biden would disagree, but who cares about them, right? It's just an absurd cyclical argument that's never going to work on me. If I'm crazy for not buying into that, then I guess go ahead and fucking label me. Because I don't buy it. And I never have. Lesser of two evils is a fallacious argument. Are you one of these, like, I don't know what to expect from that. Are you one of these people that doesn't want me to use lesser of two evils anymore because you're tired of admitting that you're voting for evil and you want me to call it harm reduction? If you are one of those people, fuck you. I'm not going to do it. It's the lesser of two evils. It's the game you're playing. I'm not going to let you rebrand it so that you don't have to admit that you're voting for evil. If you want to do the lesser of two evils thing, all I ask is that you're honest about the fact that you plan on voting for evil, because it's slightly less evil in your opinion than the other evil. I'm not going to let you worm your way out of that shit. So if that's you, if you're one of those people that wants to say that lesser of two evils is like bad faith or whatever because you're tired of having to admit that you're voting for the evil fuck, sorry, not going to let you off the hook on that one. I'm not going to call it harm reduction to ease your guilty conscience for you. Cool? So let's just call it what it is. Let's be adults over here and let's call it fucking lesser of two evils voting. Someone is already trying to claim? Who's here? It's a buzzard. Oh, I better get the fuck out. There's another dude in this area. It's time to leave, bro. It's definitely time to leave. We're just good. You know what, dude? Tonight was not a good night for me. I'm in a lot of trouble here. Always. You know, I've got this buzzard that's all sitting in fucking local. I gotta just go home. But luckily I was smart and I marked this wormhole, so I don't have to worry about scanning it. Even though I did, I think, but I can just leave and go back home. I mean, that always happens. It happens on the left, too. It's like everybody gets all jazzed for a candidate. It happened with Obama. So, like, you know how the big old sweeping hope and change thing that Obama rode to victory in 2008? Well, when he revealed himself to be just another standard stuffed center-right corporatist like everybody else, there were a bunch of people in 2012 that disavowed him that were all hardcore Obama that were trying to pull that same shit. I never liked the fucking guy anyway, dude. I knew he was a snake, to be honest with you. I mean, I hoped he would do better. I mean, but what else can we do? I saw that shit coming, no, bro. But next time, no. Joe Biden, no. Dude's the best. He's the best one, yo. Paul, to your pendulum theory thing, the problem is that there's a chance another right swing will lock the pendulum by embedding itself into the wall. That's true. You got a good point there. I can't argue with that, I guess. If you're assuming that there's a wall over there in our hypothetical political pendulum. You know, if we're rolling with that assumption, then I guess you're right. I guess you're correct. Guess that's enough Eve for me. It just seemed pretty dangerous and sketchy tonight, and I really don't. I'd rather not lose money because I'm trying to save up for big bad ships. So that'll be enough Eve. But those of you that hang out deserve a little chill time, you know, outside of the game and shit. Because a lot of people just ditch out when I start playing games, even though I talk about shit. Like I go into the whole political shit. People like to hear me talk, but a lot of people just go, eh. You could say America is a continuation of the British Empire, though, in a sense. I mean, you could say every human civilization is a continuation of Thag Rock, the first proto-human civilization. You know what I mean? It all gets reductive for me. Dude, we need a Thag in the White House, really, dude. A Thag or an UG. You know, preferably a Thag, but in this day and age, we can't be too picky, you know what I mean? Got to take the lesser of two evils. I'm sorry, the harm reduction vote. Paul, I wasn't arguing for Biden. I'm on your side. Lesser of two evilism is not a solution. Yeah. I like I said, I qualified it. I said, if that's not your position, then I'm not aiming this at you. So, of course. I just couldn't tell. I've been come out a lot with this, like, hey, you can't call it lesser of two evilism, man, because that's not what it is. It's harm reduction. And I'm like, no, it isn't. Kicking the can 8 years and waiting for the world to get hotter and more of the ice caps to melt before we get serious is not harm reduction. I'm sorry. It's lesser of two evilism. You're crossing your fingers and hoping that Biden is better to gay people and trans people and marginalized POCs than fucking Trump would be. You don't know for sure that he will be, but you're crossing your fingers and hoping because of what he says that he will be. And he probably won't be for the vast majority of those people. And in 48 years, the next Trump will roll around, and all of a sudden the left will wake up again, just long enough to make a good push for their shitty corporate candidate, and then it's back to sleep for another 8 years. That's just the cycle, man. What am I hoping for? I'm hoping for the left to kill, like here's step one, kill the DNC. I'm hoping for the left to realize that there will be no reform if they continuously allow the DNC to scuttle every progressive candidate that gets close to the presidency. And so it's time to take the sword to the DNC. And the way that we do that is to establish a third party, or to just make a pledge as leftists that we're going to vote third party. I would rather we establish a new People's Party and do that in conjunction with a new labor movement and start building some community power and people power in this country again. Start reminding people they have neighbors, and start reminding people that Jeff Bezos may have more money than God, but we have more people than he does. Because it seems like something we've forgotten. It seems like we've all kind of relegated ourselves to the comfiness of our computer chairs, myself included. And we've forgotten that activism means like hitting the streets, putting your shit on the line. And I'm really hoping that the left wakes up to that shit and realizes that as long as the DNC is in power, they will scuttle us at every turn and give us corporate butt hash at every turn. And so that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that maybe after this election cycle, these passionate people will see Biden turn into a boil on the ass of America and immediately start raping America like he will. Openly and in secret. And I'm hoping that they go, okay, we were wrong, and now it's time for us to pick a third party or establish a new third party and make sure that we get a really vibrant candidate, make sure that that candidate meets the quotas for debates, and make sure that the Democrats never, ever again win an election in this country unless they come through us. This is old shit, dude. This is old school politics, and it's like we've forgotten it, and a lot of people think it's like bad. It's like, wait, you let the enemy win so you can win? And you're like, yes. Yes. If the party isn't willing to serve you, you let them lose 2 cycles in a row, and you suck it up and you deal with the fascist or whatever the fuck. And then guess what happens? Then all of a sudden the DNC needs you. Everything's a gamble at this point. Everything's a fucking gamble. Lose the battle to win the war, exactly. And the first step to losing the battle is to admit that the battle is not winnable at this point. That's really the first step I think the left needs to wrap their heads around. And this is all the way down. Anybody who's still doing this electoralism / and then we'll question mark shit, they need to realize that this change from within shit ain't happening. Not fast enough, not quick enough. Not with the rapidity that's needed to save lives if they really care. So that's step 1. Step 2 is getting over this idea that the Democrats are somehow tied to leftism. They are a corporate party. If they die and fail, it does not mean our movement is failing. In fact, if we can make them fail, it means our movement is winning, because it means the corporatist movement is dying. Daniel, I'm warning you, dude. People that do time checks for people that are professional streamers typically get banned out of streams. I'm not going to do it to you now, but I'm going to let you know that it's real super annoying. It would be like me showing up at the Dairy Queen and you're flipping burgers and I tap you on the shoulder and I'm like, wow, still here flipping burgers, huh? Crazy, bro. Just shut up about it, okay? These time announcing motherfuckers. Like, I stream for a fucking living, bro. Yeah, I'm still here. I make money doing this. This is my job. Sorry if that was salty. Maybe you didn't deserve that, but I just hear that shit so many times. I do a long stream here and there, and people are like, "Wow, you're still here, bro." It's like, ugh, fuck out. So mundane, such a speed bump. It's like a double announcement. It's like announcing, "Wow, I was here, but I peaced out and then fucking came back, and you're still here." It's like a whole narrative you're trying to tell with a comment, and it's just totally uninteresting. Like nobody cares that you left. Nobody cares that you came back. Hardly anybody in here cares about what I was talking about, which I've now forgotten. Because wow, I'm still doing it. Wow, I'm still here. You're speaking about the next step after we make the DNC depend on us again. So while we're doing that, while we are starving out the DNC, we're using our time to establish a national labor movement. And so when the DNC comes to us, we say, we want concessions for workers. We want a 30-hour work week, or we want guaranteed 1 month vacation time for every worker, regardless of status in America, or we want UBI, or we want Medicare for all. And if they're not willing to come to the table, then you tell them enjoy losing, and you keep running vibrant candidates. And guess what starts to happen? They start to wither, and more leftists and ex-Democrats start making their way over to the People's Party. And before you go, we don't have time to do this long-term solution. So is trying to fix this shit from the inside by voting for Biden, bro. If the tiny little incremental baby pinky toe step of progress that Biden might do is your plan, you got no place to tell me I ain't got time to do my plan. So let's take time off the table, because if you're a fucking incremental electoralism change voter guy, you got no right to criticize anybody else, the length of anybody else's fucking plan. This all seems like it's easier said than done, because it is. And that's kind of the problem. Because I'm one dude. I can't organize all this shit myself. I don't got the reach. I don't got the money. This requires the left to unify and like say, hey, I'm going to get off my ass, out of my computer chair, and I'm going to go help organize a local soup kitchen in the name of a local union so that I get my name on a building. Not my name, but the name of my local union, to remind that community that, hey, this building was made possible in part by your local fucking union. This gymnasium, this updated modern gymnasium at the high school was made possible by your local union. Hey, Brutta Fig, I just got done reaming somebody out for like trying to be my mom and coming in here and coddling me and asking me whether or not I've slept or gotten up early. Thank you. Just automatic from now on. Anybody that's commenting on what time it is and making a big deal about whether I'm up or whatever, like, dude, I'm fucking 40, bro. I'm up when I want to be up. I sleep when I want to sleep, and I work when I work. These fucking time-wasting motherfuckers, dude. Like, what does it matter what time it is when I'm filming this to you in the long run? Like, you're here, I'm talking. I don't know, dude. It's just frustrating. It's frustrating because it's like I got a little crystal ball and I can see what's going to happen. Biden's going to win this election, maybe. I don't think that's anywhere near as sewed up as people are pretending it is, but we'll say, let's for the sake of argument, let's say Biden walks away with it like everybody says he's going to. The left is going to go to sleep for 8 years. And then Trump 2.0 is going to show up in 8 years, and the left is going to wake back up and go, we cannot survive this man. We must vote for Kamala Harris. She has served before. And listen, I know she's not perfect. I know she's kind of an authoritarian. She's kind of private prison, kind of anti marijuana legalization, kind of a cop. She's kind of like not on our side. But you know what? You know who really is on our side? Ronald Dump, dude. We thought Donald Trump was bad. Ronald Dump, dude. And I'm telling you, Paul, I know you're a leftist, and I have the same goals as you, bro. I want the abolition of capital. I want a world where people are free from the shackles of wage slavery to pursue their passions and to reach self-actualization, bro. But you know what, dude? In order to get there, we're going to have to take this baby step. We're going to have to vote for Kamala Harris, man. Listen, I know she's not perfect, but she's going to be better for trans people. She's going to be better for black people. You know what Ronald Dump is going to do to trans people? Do you have any idea what Ronald Dump has in store for trans people? Listen, Paul, I understand. I'm a leftist too, but you got to vote for Kamala Harris 2024, dude. Because if you don't, man, I'm just telling you, you just want people to die. You want people to hurt. Do you hear the emotional manipulation that's inherent in this argument? If you don't follow what I say, it means you want more people to die. And then when you tell them I don't, they say, well, then follow the calculus. And it's like the calculus doesn't include a crystal ball. It's a fallacious, weak, flimsy fucking argument. And I've been making it for months, dude. I've been arguing against it for months. And people come at me like it's this great wisdom from on high. The left is awake enough probably to get Biden elected instead of just letting Trump walk into another term. Like I think the left is awake enough to possibly unseat an incumbent, which is a rarity in American political history. It's happened, I think, twice in 100 years. Jimmy Carter and George H.W. Bush. Both in my lifetime, by the way. But still a rarity in comparison to the last 100 years of American history. So, yeah, I think before that was Hoover. You're right. I don't know if Biden will win, but here's the thing. I think all the people cheerleading and talking about how he's got it in the bag and making content about how he's stuffing it and how he's going to walk away with it are doing more harm than good for their fucking cause, because it's sentiments like that that get people that are kind of in the middle to just stay home. They go, oh, he's got it in the bag? Well, fuck it then. I don't want to vote for that piece of shit. He's a rapist, so I guess if he's got it in the bag and whatever, I don't got to show up. And then all of a sudden people are going, how did Trump win Pennsylvania? How did Trump win Virginia? How did Trump win Michigan? Oh, no, what happened? I saw, you know the fucking drill. You lived through it. Suddenly Cenk Uygur is sweaty and his eyes look like dinner plates, and he's got these big pit rings, and he's like, oh, we got some numbers coming in from Georgia. Once again, not good. Donald Trump, 57%. Hillary Clinton, 39%. Guys, this is real. This is happening. This is real. This is happening. It's got Anna Kasparian mopping his brow and shit, dude. It's okay, Cenk. It's okay. It's okay. I'm going to cry too. This morning, I wasn't even going to tell this story. But this morning, I heard two little girls. I was in line at Target. And I heard two little girls say, I'm so proud that a woman is going to be president. And this is just so devastating. And I'm sorry to break this up. I'm sorry to break this up. And the emotion is so real right now. But guys, I can't fucking believe this. Whoa, we're losing Pennsylvania. Whoa, this was supposed to be a walkaway state for Hillary. Whoa, it's happening right now. Oh my God. He was doing that shit. He was fucking literally losing his mind. And all these motherfuckers were just as sure as all the motherfuckers now. You know the only difference between the shit that I'm hearing now and the shit that I'm hearing then? Back then, they didn't have to say, oh, it's different from last time. Now the only difference is they're going, all the fucking polls are saying Biden's going to walk with it. And then you go like, but what about 2016? If you think there's even any comparison to 2016, you're ridiculous. It's different this time. And you're like, what do you mean? What do you mean it's different this time? Well, the polls are the polling companies different like the polling institutions different this time? Well, no, it's the same polling institutions, but the numbers are different because they're sampling for different. They're different. This is a different. This is different. And I'm just like, I'll just pull news articles from them. They'll be like, dude, Biden has a double-digit lead. And I'll pull this news article from Newsweek 2 weeks out from the election in 2016 saying Hillary Clinton widens lead to double digits. And they go, well, but it's different this time. It's like, okay, well, we'll see if it's different this time on November 3rd. I'm not going to make that hot take. I'm going to go ahead and sit on I don't know, but I ain't going to be shocked if Trump wins. How's that? What? What are you even talking about, Fourth Horseman? If anybody lost track of the fucking point, it's you simpleton. Because if you don't understand what I was talking about during that little bit, then you're probably too dumb to have a conversation with me. How about that? Was that the answer that you were expecting? Did you get the negative attention you were seeking? I was there. Yeah, dude, you were there. That can't be the real Capano awesome, dude. There's just no way. Can't be. You're dead. You're supposed to be dead. I heard you were killed in a horrible car accident. Capano awesome, man. The king of ponage. None was higher. Nobody went lower. Nobody went harder for ponage on the internet than Capano awesome did. You said people are saying it's a lock and are going to abandon voting, yet you used Cenk as an example of it happening in 20... What? I used Cenk as an example of the media freaking out because they were wrong in 2016. Hello? Hello, McFly? Is there a brain in that fucking head, you dumb motherfucker? Have I held your hand like a kindergartner and walked you through the argument yet, or do you need more time to get it? Like I said, too dumb to have a fucking conversation with me, bro. If you can't follow me down the fucking Hansel and Gretel breadcrumb path that I laid down with that easy ass fucking take, then I don't know what to tell you. Let me switch what I'm going for midpoint right now and ban your time-wasting ass and send your mongoloid fucking stupid ass to somebody else's channel. Or at the very least to your other account to log in and keep trolling, you dumb, empty-headed fuck. Get dunked on. Get out of my face and stay out of my fucking face. Like, if I gotta read 3 whole ass comments for you to explain to you why you're wrong and you're still not getting it by comment 3, you're gone. You said this. No, actually, I didn't say that. Well, then you changed your argument then. You're gone. You hope we get Trump? I don't hope that. I don't really hope for either of these dudes, honestly. I kind of hope one of these candidates croaks before, like, you know, just from natural old-ass age, gout, or whatever the fuck they've got. They're fucking old liver spots. They die. Oh, one of them dies from liver spots. And, like, it ends up being weird because now it's the VP and shit. And everybody's all scared all of a sudden. Like, that would be at least interesting. Because one side or the other, depending on who died, would be like, oh, shit, panic mode, man. Panic mode. Can we do this? Can we make this happen? Because nobody primaried for Kamala Harris. So if Biden's like a 77-year-old's fucking heartbeat away from dropping out, and not a single fucking person primaried for Kamala Harris. So you think she's getting elected? I think you got another thing coming, dude. Me too, dude. I was a Delaniac from the start. I think that local elections are of value in smaller communities. I think in larger communities, they tend to be kind of a waste of people's time, to be honest with you, because they tend to mimic national politics and state level politics. I think in smaller towns, electing your school board and electing your mayors and your aldermans and your sheriffs and shit can actually have a tangible effect. So yes, I would say yes, with the caution that I'm talking about smaller towns and suburbs. The bigger the town, the less effectual the local politics are. Does that make sense? Delaney would have to be in that hot dog suit whenever he was shown on camera. Dude, I agree, man. I would demand Delaney, if he fucking won, serve in the hot dog suit. That would be my demand of John Delaney. My like, I think like we don't even let him get sworn in if he's not willing to do it. He can do everything else the president can do, but anytime he's on the job, he's got to be in that hot dog suit. The weenie in chief. Dude, tell me a John Delaney, Ted Cruz ticket wouldn't be the funniest fucking ticket in the world. No matter which way you went. Like, you could do Cruz Delaney or Delaney Cruz, you know what I mean? Like, if Cruz was the presidential, you get a different kind of funny. Delaney's the presidential, you know what I mean? But just that combo, can you imagine? Nah, Jeb Delaney doesn't work because there's too much sad puppy dog eyes going on. They both look like basset hounds in the eyes, you know what I mean? That, like, you can't, that's too much. It's too much of that shit. You know what I mean? You can only have one of those dudes in the campaign. That's why you need Ted Cruz, who looks like a little rat. Looking for some cheese. Then you got Delaney with his he's got this big smile on his face and shit and all his campaign shit, but his eyes just look like a sad ass fucking. He's like, Ted Cruz's beard makes him look like out of shape Wolverine. He never should have got rid of that beard. When I saw that motherfucker shaved that beard, I was like, what are you doing? You can't have gotten anything but good feedback on that beard. Because it did wonders for him, dude. He looked like a human being with a beard. He's like me. You guys have seen White Guilt, Paul. You know what I'm rocking under this. There are some people that just got to have a beard, and he's one of them, but he refuses to do it. He keeps subjecting us to white guilt, Ted Cruz. You know what I mean? And like, we've seen lumberjack Ted Cruz, and he's way fucking better looking. You know, I don't understand the thought process, but whatever. Maybe his wife doesn't like it or some shit, and he's all whipped.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I'll shave it off. It's just that everybody on the social media is saying I look so much better. All right, honey, I won't argue. You're right. It isn't godly to argue with your wife in all things. Yes, I know. I've read Leviticus. Yes, I know, honey. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right? I'm sorry, honey. I'll shave it off.
Used to work with a young guy who looked like Ted Cruz. I felt so bad for him. Yeah, that's dude. You just drew. You just drew the bad cards, you know. If you look like Ted Cruz, I don't know what to tell you, man. Yeah, he's a 4, dude. Let's put some. Let's go on a rant about labeling people with numbers, and let's label everybody. I'd actually be fine with that. I think that hypocrisy is one of life's greatest joys, and why should Republicans and Christians be the only ones who get to fucking engage in it? You know what I mean? Why are they the only ones that get their cake and eat it too? You know what I mean? I want some of that shit too. Hypocrite me up. Delaney is a straight 10. That's all I'll say. Delaney's a hard 10, and that's the only person I'll rate because he knows it. You know what I mean? He showed it off. He was doing all those crunches and muscle ups and shit, putting that shit out on the campaign trail. I think Trump is the worst looking president. I mean, I don't know. We'd have to go through and look at each one of their portraits. And even then, it's like, you got to imagine, like, before photography, right? Portraiture was done to be really flattering. Because it's like, if you hired somebody and they painted your ugly ass like you looked, you just fire them and not pay them. And you'd be like, how dare you insinuate that I'm this ugly, sir? I mean, I'm clearly no dashing hunk of man or anything. I don't have any illusions of that, but I'm not this ugly, you know. And the poor fucking artist just drew what he saw, you know. And so your artists back in the day, so all these portraits we have of our presidents pre-photography, it's like, I bet you they were some ugly motherfuckers, dude. Some real ugly motherfuckers. Some real weird, lumpy, maybe even like, and I'm not saying like, you know, it's a bad thing, because I'm kind of cross-eyed, so I can say it. I can make fun, but like wall-eyed like I am, where it's like you're not sure if both eyes are looking at the same thing. But there was a lot of that. I bet they were ugly as fuck. So I'm not going to say Trump is the ugliest. Now, he's definitely the ugliest in modern history by a fucking country mile, dude. A country mile. In my lifetime, there's never been a weirder, uglier, stupider looking, more embarrassing looking motherfucker in the presidency than Trump. I'll give you that. He is dumb as a post. He looks ridiculous. He wears like caked on pancake makeup that's bright orange, and he leaves his ears the normal color. He walks like a centaur. He's got this weird like forward, like where his legs are like 3 feet behind him when he's walking. Looks like a cartoon character gone wrong. He's got this horrifying hair thing that nobody knows how it works. Like, apparently there's only one other person in the world that's ever seen him do it. Like, it's like a trade secret of his, how he creates that nest of like weird shit on his head. I mean, he would look so much better if he just shaved his head and went real close cropped and did the old man kind of bald around thing. But he's probably got so much scarring from the hair replacement and stretching and shit that he's had to do that's not even an option for him anymore. Like, he's married to this fucking nest of shit on his head. Either that or a toupee. Nobody knows. Literally nobody knows how that hair works, because one day it'll seem to work one way, and then, like, I remember he went on Jimmy Kimmel, and Jimmy Kimmel was like, dude, can I mess up your hair? It was one of those dorks, and he let him do it. And, like, we've looked at this fucking thing, and we've seen it flapping around all weird. And Jimmy Kimmel gave it a good whiz, and he did it, like, twice. And it looked normal, and Trump just went like that. It was normal. And Jimmy was like, whoa. So, like, no, literally, like, his hair is one of the biggest enigmas of American politics. Because we know, like, George Washington had wooden teeth. We know he was wearing a wig. Like, he's the only president where we don't know what was going on up top. Does he have plugs? Did he have some weird replacement surgery, some transplant surgery from another part of his body, some kind of stretching? that I've heard where they take like your neck, which, you know, how like when you go to get a haircut, they shave your neck because your neck gets hair on it. So they like take your neck and like slit it and stretch it up over the back and let the skin grafts grow in. So the like the neck hair is now where you're like, there's all this weird shit and there's all this speculation, but nobody knows. Nobody knows for sure. Oh, they do all kinds of shit, dude. Dudes will fucking go to the moon and back to get that hair. Dude, there's already like dozens of biographies about Trump since he's been president. Like 28, 40 people have fucking tried and written it already. The real story of Donald Trump. And they all pick a different word. Like corrupt. The story behind Donald Trump's first term. And then the next one will be like, fuck, somebody took corrupt. And they'll be like, poisonous. Donald Trump's election and the new America. And then the next guy comes along and he goes, you know what, I'm going to call it poisonous. Wait, no. Fuck, that guy already took poisonous. What are we going to call this? Delusional. The insane story of Trump's White House. And it's just like, trumped up. How Trump stole the election and will do it again. You're impressed I'm not tired? Do you want me to impress you even more by banning you? Or should I let one of my specters do it? How impressed would you be if one of my specters nuked you? I wonder how. I guess we'll never know. Thank you, Asbestos Fingers. It's like, man, dude, it's so weird to people that different sleep schedules than theirs exist and shit. And that people that stream, like, oftentimes do it for long periods of time. How much water do I drink a day? I don't know, but you guys see my big ass cup all the time, right? So when I fill this, I fill it all the way up with water and ice, and then I drink it down to nothing. I've got like 2 swallows left. I've had probably 3 of these today in total, if I finish this one. So quite a bit of fucking water. My pee is pretty like clear. Like it's not Kanye West clear, but I drink 3 of these every day of water at least. I don't drink soda. On occasion, I'll have a soda, but I don't buy any for my house or anything. I try and stay away from like fruit juices. I'll have like a glass of OJ every once in a while. Like I'll get a craving, but it's water. Kanye is noted for having the clearest urine. He took a picture of himself pissing on his Grammy, and his pee was like, it looked like Evian water, dude. It looked like Fiji water. You know that Fiji water that's hella expensive at the gas station, but it looks hella clearer than the other water for some reason. It looks like he was pissing Fiji water. No joke. Or Fuji, yeah. Or is it Fuji water or Fiji water? I thought it was Fiji. Yeah, it's Fiji, yo. What are you saying Fuji water for? Goose juice? Be correcting me and being wrong about it. Is it food? Is it both? Is there a Fuji water too? I'm gonna look this shit up. We'll get to the bottom of this shit right now. Because I got this crazy thing, the Google, and you type anything you want into it, and it spits out the answer. It's like the entire library right in your palm of your hands. Nope, it's Fiji water, y'all. It corrected it. It says, did you mean Fiji water? There ain't no Fuji water, yo. There ain't no Fuji water. Well, you can say it if you pay me. That's all. That's always the workaround. That always has been. Like, trolls just need to realize they need to up their fucking guap because they can pay me and stick around for as long as they want. I posted on Twitter today, the best kind of negging is the type you get paid for, dude. So I'm down, dude. Thank you for the $4.99, bro. I'll take it. Yeah, you've learned the way, man. Work a job exclusively to pay me super chats and troll me all day. Go with like Chin beat it on his wife or something next, or Manatee win or whatever. That'll be a good one. Make sure it's another $5 one though, because if it's below $5, if you're gonna try and like game the system and give me these little 99-cent ones, I'm gonna ban you, and I'm gonna keep your 99 cents too. But the 99 cents is just gonna take you a ride to the login screen to get back in. You know what I mean? But you give me that $5, you say what you want. Yeah. Pay per insult. For free, I'll boot you out of here if you even fucking, slightly offend me if I want to. But for money, for $5 or more, yeah, dude, I'm on a PPI plan. You want to be a douche? Oh, dude, maybe this is a new thing. Only insults, dude. Johnny, I'm going to steal that, and then you're probably going to sue me like Devin or Rendra or whatever his name is sued fucking Zuckerberg. Because I'm going to go start fucking insult me, and you're going to be like, wait, this is like only insults. You told me you were working on only insults. And I'll be like, look, dude, it just grew beyond the scope of that idea, and I decided to go a different direction. I'm sorry. And you'd be like, but. Dude, you're going to be the Winklevosses. You'll be the Winklevosses, and I'll be Mark Zuckerberg. Because I'm gonna establish the first fucking pay per insult model on the internet where people can just come and fucking take their aggression out on various people. Like, think about it. I think it would actually be popular. Because you could pick, like, I want a real, like, big-looking mean dude that can't do shit to me, and I just want to talk to his face. Or, like, some people are going to be like, I want, like, a really wormy, slimy-looking dude that's, like, crying. I want him to look like he's just hurting inside. And, like, the people that were the better actors that put more into it, they'd get more visitors, and they'd make more money. You know what I mean? Damn. This idea might be $1 billion idea right here. What is your greatest insecurity? I have so many. It's hard to choose one, to be honest with you. My greatest insecurity. I mean, I don't know. I don't like being fat. I don't like my uneven eyes, I guess. I'm not really all that super insecure at this age. Like, I am. I'm not going to lie. I got little insecurities here and there. But, like, my greatest... Oh, yeah, my lunch lady arms. I don't like those either because I've got, I'm a fat guy, so I got the big, flabby lunch lady arms. Yeah, I've got, like, one eye that's... at least the socket and the surrounding structure is way bigger than the other eye. So you see this eye here. And this is just me with my eyes open. So this eye over here and then this eye over here, looks a little droopy in comparison.
The insult, if the insult was really hurtful, would you refund it? No. 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 If the insult was genuinely hurtful, I'd probably break my own rules and ban you anyway and just keep it. Keep the money anyway. Does that eye look to the left a little? Or yeah, I am a little bit like, I don't know what you'd call it, like googly eyed, I guess. Like this eye over here is the slightest bit lazy, I think. It's not like super noticeable, but if you stare at me long enough, you'll notice it. It's a little derpy, just like Dynor. Like Dynor has the same kind of eyes. He's got one eye that looks right at you and another eye that you can never really tell if it's looking at you or looking at right, like something to the left or right of you. Any movies you would recommend while tripping? What Dreams May Come. Waking Life. I'll give you one more or a couple of more. Metropolis. The Golem, which is an old silent film, or Nosferatu. Wizard of Oz. If you've never done it, the stories are true. Tripping to the Wizard of Oz, make sure you peek before you start, is an experience. Watched the new patron episode, and in my opinion, it's the best one this year. Y'all non-patrons are really missing out. Keep up the good work. Thank you, my friend. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, well, we did that episode. I didn't expect it to kind of blow up the way it did between TJ and I, and the episode ended up being way longer because of it and getting split into two parts. Because TJ and I hit kind of a snag, and we just decided to, like, you know what, we're going to hash this out here on the show. Rather than, like, move on and shit, let's just go at it for a while. We ended up going at it for a good while. And, like I said, this was... That show was recorded, I think, 2 months ago, maybe even longer. It might have been 2.5 months ago. And it was sent to an editor and polished up and this, that, and the other thing. And so anyway. Dude, we strive to be the best $5 ever. We really do. And we're planning on tweaking some things and adding some things. And we got some like exciting shit in the pipeline. We got merch coming that's really cool. I think a lot of you in particular, you Highdeologites, might enjoy it a little more than your average fan, I think. And that's all I'll say about it. But it's really cool merch. And we're using the same company, so good quality. We've finally found a good fulfillment company that isn't Teespring and doesn't, misprint shirts and send out shitty fucking quality shirts. Like, it's good quality shit, good soft hoodies and shit. That's the kind of stuff I want to sell to people. Like, if I'm gonna go hand out to people and go like, hey, if you want to support me, buy this merch. I don't want you to get something that you like wash once and then it's all crackly and faded and shrunken. It's a piece of shit, And Teespring didn't used to be that way, but it slowly but surely descended into that, and we had to find another company. The company we use now is Bonfire, which they're really good to us. They've got a whole art team over there that'll take a piece of art that we buy or contract to use, and then they'll fit it to the shirt and alter it if it needs altering and work with us on it. And then they're really good. So got a lot of merch. A lot of changes to like little parts of the patron experience. Some really good news for patrons that I'm not even going to spoil. Some new properties, some old properties making some comebacks. It's going to be a pretty wild fucking 2021. So we hope to just keep upping the ante until we just literally can't do more, and then finding new ways to give you guys a new experience,
Dude, thank you for that, Bacon Baron. It's really nice to hear that, you know, like it's not something we talk about a whole lot, but for me as a dude that, like I said, man, before I started this job, you guys know me here. I worked normal jobs. I made not a lot of money. And I'm not no rich fuck now, but I'm making really good money. My business that I started with my two partners is successful, and it continues to kind of have this slow and steady trajectory of success. We're converting more of our viewership to patrons. We got our problems. Our sub count on YouTube is pretty stagnant. We're not reaching outside of our already existent fan base very hard, but we're working on some ways to try and do that, adding some properties that might infuse some new blood into the fan base. Your hat is slightly uncomfortable to look at. Is it really? What's wrong with it? Why is it slightly uncomfortable? Is it because the bill is bent and shit? Because that is some boomer stuff. I can't wear like the straight bill shit. I can't do this shit. I think this looks like... I think this shit is the dorkiest shit. Like in my day, you got your hat, you'd get your fresh fucking starter cap, right? Your fresh fitted. I used to have a Raiders fitted that I fucking loved back in the day. I worked and saved up for it and went in there and bought like it was like $80 or something for this fucking fresh ass Raiders fitted. And you know what I did? I took it out of the box and I immediately went, yeah, let's get that fitted bill bent. The plethora of content is worth the Patreonage. Well, good. Cringe. Sorry that I made you cringe, bro. Do you want me to cringe your ass right out of here so you don't have to cringe anymore? Because I can take care of that. I can have one of my lackeys escort you to the fucking door. For the love of the Raiders really can't be understated in the Bay Area. In California in general, you'll find Raiders fans everywhere. I didn't grow up in the Bay Area, but I grew up in an enclave of Raiders fans. And they're fucking crazy. Raiders fans are insane, just like the team. What's the opposite of cringe? Like, I guess now it's like based or whatever. I don't know. I'm not hip to the, vernacular. I don't know what all the hippity hop words are anymore. Dude, can I premiere a rap song for you guys? And this is like a really early work in progress. And I wish Marshall was here to ask him, but I've been dying to like let somebody listen to it, dude. I'm gonna do that for those of you that have stuck with it, and for those of you that make it this far into the show. I'm gonna and like I said, this is a very early version of this. This is my mix of it, not Marshall's mix. Marshall's still working on mixing my acapella vocal. He sent me the beat. I wrote a quick little rap song. It's about 2 minutes long. It's the first rap song I've ever written. And I was going for a really like recognizable kind of like trap sound, so because the beat goes hard, so I knew I couldn't try and fucking double down on the beat. I hope Marshall's not mad at me for letting you guys fucking hear a little bit of this, but I think it goes too fucking hard, dude, to ignore. So let me find it here. I've got it uploaded here. All right, here we go. This might be cringe, too, for some of you. If you guys don't like to hear white guys rap and stuff. What's it about? I guess a trip to Benihana. I mean, if you twist my arm and made me pick something, it's about a trip to Benihana.
Flexing. One time with Marshall. Let's go. I don't know any way to go but hard. I don't know how to pay my credit card. You just a guppy, I'm that big shark. I'm with the French, call me Beauregard. I ain't got time for all that shit you saying. Keep my shit up in a jar just like a Marlon Wayans. Hope you brought the cash cause I ain't never paying. Got me bouncing cause the beat went fucking Super Saiyan. Yeah, I'm about to flex now. At the Benihana writing checks out. All these motherfuckers got their necks out. And hey, I'm just trying to keep this sake down. Hop in the whip and I'm looking for skins. Yeah, I got acquaintances, I ain't got friends. Nope, came up so fast, came down with the bends. Yeah, came on the scene, you came to the end. Ayy, pass the salt, please. And if you wouldn't mind the Maybach keys. Yeah, pass the salt, please. Turn the heat up for my motherfucking wrist freeze. Yeah, pass the salt, please. In the green room, popping Molly with your main squeeze. Yeah, pass the salt, please. Got the whole congregation down on their knees.
Woo. Dude, that beat though. Marshall sent me that beat at like 7 in the morning. And I happened to wake up. It wasn't he sent it to me on Twitter. I happened to wake up at like 7, take a piss, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to lay right back down. So I sat out on my porch for a minute, smoked. I saw that beat and I heard it and I was like, all right, well, I'm up. You should collab with TJ with a rap. TJ can't rap though. Like I'm not trying to be mad, but TJ doesn't listen to rap and he doesn't know how to rap. Play the acapella so you can remix it. Okay, fair enough. I'll do that for you. It's a little weird, but no, I'm not gonna do it. This is a Marshall exclusive, dude. If anything about that song is good, it's because Marshall's beat is fucking insane. First time chatter, long time lurker. Love your work. Keep being you. Also, best of luck to you and everyone in this chat for the rest of this garbage year. Thank you, wowzers, and thank you for the sentiment as well as the money. You guys kind of collabed with the Hope is a Curse rap you did a while ago. Yeah, but he wrote that as a slam poem, and I turned it into a rap. Like, if you watch his original version, it's, I'm trying to remember how that starts. He's like, you know, a sheep like me eats wolves like you for dinner. If life is a game, then death is the only winner. You know, the TJ thing. He did the TJ performing thing. And then I liked the lyrics to that. And I was like, I'll just do a rap. So that's the problem. Like, if TJ could make beats or rap, I would totally have already collabed with him, but I'm pretty sure TJ can't rap. Like, I've never actually heard him bust a rhyme that was worth a shit. Maybe that's a call out. Maybe he'll fucking make a diss track or something. Didn't he do that back in DP? And wasn't it whack? Wasn't it like some like your dad's your dad, you don't talk to your dad, and you can't have babies or whatever. Yeah, he was like, I'm gonna devour you, Paul's ego. First I eat your dick, then I eat your balls, then I eat your toes, then I eat your nose. Oh. No, I'm kidding. TJ could probably rap fine, but I'm not looking to collab, dude. I ain't got time for all that shit you saying. I don't collaborate. I elaborate. You know what I mean? I'm not that kind of fucking artist. You know what I mean? It's me and it's the beat, and I'm gonna flex on the beat, and the beat's gonna flex on me, and that's it. I'm not trying to give no clout chasers any fucking, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to lift anybody else up because nobody gave me a hand up. You know what I mean? I mean, you heard it in the song I just played. Dude came up so fast, I got the bends. You know what I mean? It's the way it is, you know what I mean? It's a cutthroat business. I know the fridge is part of that other thing, but it'd be great if you two collabed. Dude, I'd rap with Billy any day. But Billy's not a normal human being. He's a rap god made flesh. With a donut on a chain.
Pardonnez-moi. So, yep. I think I'm going to end the, what are we doing? Stream thing? I'm going to do that. I'm going to end the stream. I fully intend now to end the stream. Have a good night. It's been real. It's been fun, but it hasn't been real fun. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.